Good morning and welcome to today's Online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson. It's hot seat number 2 for us. This week, it's week number 4. And we are going to start today with what was yesterday the best game of the day. Matt Dennant, the 29-year-old from Walsall in the West Midlands. The two-time Challenge Tour winner will be going up against this lad right here, the 19-year-old from Cornwall. Yesterday's best player. Yesterday's MVP, you could say. Keelan K, top of the table yesterday on 8 points, winning 4 of his 5 games. He was pushed all the way yesterday by Matt Dennant, who was that one solitary victory against Keelan K away from topping the table himself. It was a very tight affair.
58.
Whereas at the 3/4 point of the day, most of the players were tied on 4 points. So a lot of things were shared around. If we get the same again today, then tomorrow, the final day of Group A, which this is, will be very exciting
96.
indeed. But that game yesterday between Dennant and K, it was too short in my opinion. I was having so much fun watching that. And I was disappointed when it had to end, but end it did with a 12-darter from Keelan K, who
57.
finished with a 97.7 average, the best winning average of the day, against Matt Dennant's 92. But the statistic from that game
60.
was the doubling. 80% for Keelan K, 4 from 5, and 3 from 4 for Dennant to get 75%. World class from both players. We did, of course, last night from Peter Wright C, 100%. But even that wasn't enough for a win. Well, that's a beautiful 140 setup from Matt Dennant. Keelan K looking to start where he left off yesterday. Oh, and he nearly did. Narrow miss on the 150 out. Tops. Now 10s. And Matt Dennant starts the day roughly the same way he did yesterday, with 3 clean darts at double missed. You might think this is awkward, but Keelan K loves double 15. Usually. Does so again. As he breaks the throw in 17 darts, Keelan K has started where he left off yesterday. Hello, I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson. Thanks for joining us. And we go into leg 2 now with the favourite and best player from yesterday, Keelan K winning 1-0. I say favourite yesterday. I think that's a bit misleading. I think coming into play yesterday, Jamie Lewis and, of course, Martin Adams were probably the favourites. They did get points.
84.
Jamie got 6 and Wolfie got 4. That's his worst return in an Online Darts Live League day this year so far. So
83.
watch out, fellas. Wolfie will be prowling for more today. Add to that, we will have Shaun McDonald back, a Scottish chartered accountant. And
9.
Southampton's Bradley Kirk will return as well, looking to get his first points of the week after a poor day yesterday.
84.
Some people here had a word with Keelan after yesterday's impressive performances, and he said that he just felt more at home here yesterday.
93.
After playing a couple of days last week, he got a feel for the place and got a feel for the little differences in playing in this format.
140.
And he was very much more comfortable playing yesterday, and that showed in his performances. And it's showing in his performance here today so far.
133.
Lovely darts from Dennant, using that treble 19 really well. Keelan K does not get a shot at the bullseye
1.
on the 135, but it is the bullseye that Matt will look for first. Good live, he gets the 57.
64.
Honour's pretty much even after 5 visits here. And Keelan, 74 to hold. You know what they say, it's not a break of throw like you got in leg 1 unless you hold the leg after. Double 10. An unintentional double top. And that is a low drag to the left to leave 5. A little bit messy there from Keelan. Can Dennant tidy up?
That's right.
Yes, very well done. I have to say that's a really nice response from Matt Dennant, who suffered a lot of missed doubles yesterday and maybe didn't come away with the points that he really deserved. But a nice clean hit there gets him level at 1-all after 2 in this one. Yesterday, from a scoring perspective, you'd probably have to say that Matt Dennant was the strongest player of everybody. Just look at that game he played against Keelan yesterday afternoon. He scored 12 ton plus scores in 7 legs. Keelan got 2. And one of them was 101 checkout. And then you look at the 140s where Keelan bosses that statistic. But the more consistent scorer throughout the day probably was Matt Dennant. But his doubles in some of his games were way down on where they should be. He knows that. And if he can maintain the scoring today and up his percentage in the doubles overall, then I think he's going to find himself winning more games that he loses.
92.
I said yesterday that Matt Dennant's my kind of player. I think he's great to watch. I think he's got flawless technique. And he's a genuinely nice bloke. He really, really is. I know that's a bit of a cliche for me to say that about someone, but
96.
Matt's one of the nice guys. He's a genuinely lovely fella. Bullseye for the 1-2-1. Paid Matt the respect he deserves. Didn't lay up. Sitting on 31. Maybe he should have laid up. It's one of those tricky numbers that you see dart players on very rarely. Well, it was 7 for double 12. The thought process was right, but that leaves 17.
23.
Didn't get there on double 4 after hitting the single 9. It's all a bit scrappy. Can Dennant punish him?
60.
It's not at the level of yesterday, but it has to be said this is an early game today, starting at 9:30 in the United Kingdom. Don't expect them to be in exactly the same ring shape as the last game from yesterday. 1 dart left to double 4.
Let's go.
You get the feeling that that visit was affected by the previous one. He's left scratching his head as Dennant can take the lead if he can find double 16 again. Very well found. And so far today, maybe after a lot of misses on tops yesterday and early in this one, maybe double 16 is the friend that Matt Dennant requires. And so far so good as he takes a 2-1 lead. Both averaging very well yesterday in their
97.
previous encounter. Today not so much, but this is what happens in darts tournaments.
57.
When you have players that aren't on the tour playing early in the morning, it's very difficult preparation. A lot of these players are used to
135.
putting in maybe 90 minutes, 2 hours worth of practice before the start. That would mean that these guys would have to start at 7 a.m, roughly.
180.
Not an easy thing to start preparing for a darts match at 7 a.m. A bit like a golfer being on the range at 6 a.m, ready for an 8 a.m. tee time. It's not a simple proposition. Getting the body ready to play darts all day long. First 180 of this contest went to Matt Dennant, but
55.
he still languished north of a finish, and Keelan finds himself on the 132 and drags the dot to the left again. 124 left.
76. 84.
A good recovery. He has the guaranteed 48 when he returns.
125.
Under a smidgen of pressure. Keelan doesn't leave double 16 usually. He's more of a tops and tens guy. But maybe he should, because double 16 is getting its eye poked out in this one. This is a decent game to start us off today. We had a lot of 4-0s yesterday. This one's not going to be 4-0. It could be 4-3 again. Who's going to get it? Yesterday, Keelan got the points. Matt Dennant trying to keep up with Keelan in the race for Group A. Of course, the person who wins Group A will graduate to Saturday night's finals. So we've got 15 games today, 15 games tomorrow with the same players. And the winner of the group will be seen right here via the Online Darts YouTube page or your preferred bookmaker site on Saturday night. Places 2 and 3 will play Thursday and Friday night in Group C to try and get into the finals. And 4th, 5th and 6th will remain in the same time slot for Group B, which is Thursday and Friday morning.
91.
So winning this match for Matt Dennant would get him to 8 points, the same as Keelan, for the week.
140.
And it would also see him top provisionally because he has a better leg difference than Keelan K.
60.
Pressure is about to be applied to the 110 of Dennant. Got to go south here.
99.
Key exchange. Key shot at double 16 potentially here for the scholar.
In 3.
Oh yeah, double 16. You wouldn't want to be there right now unless you want the dart to go in it, which is exactly what both players are doing. And Matt Dennant has found a friend and is keeping that friend very sweet. 110 out for a 3-2 lead. The better average in this game has come from this man. Just shy of 92. 85 for Matt Dennant.
140.
But he does look a little sharper at the start of play today, does Matt. That's the wonderful thing of the point of view I have. I get to see every match
67.
in close proximity. And you can see the little bit of extra focus that he has today.
57.
Of course, Matt did play last week as well. Picked up a few wins. Picked up a valuable one against James Richardson, who ended up being the Week 3 champion. But here he is in control. He's got a half-dart lead.
51.
Doesn't use it to its full potential. He's not been punished for it. So he's still in control of this match. It's not just about the weekly table, of course, for Group A. There may be some of you having a little bit of a flutter on who wins the table today. So I will keep you up to date with that and the weekly table as we go. That maximum from Keelan K could be in vain if Matt Dennant hits tops.
93.
And that double has been his scourge. One match dart missed. But that's nothing compared to the 14 match darts that were missed by Jamie Lewis against Matt Dennant yesterday. Tops.
In 3.
And Keelan K is still in this one. We said it might go 4-3. It has indeed. But as to where the points are about to go, it is entirely up to these players now. Who can do it? Who can get the first 2 points of the day? This time, Matt Dennant has the darts. Yesterday, Keelan had the darts.
96.
So you would think by that token that the man from the West Midlands will get the 2 points. Darts is never that simple.
10.
If you had a chance to watch the Online Darts Live League yesterday, we thank you for tuning in. And of course, Jamie Lewis should have beaten Matt Dennant, but didn't. And you'd think that Peter Wright should have beaten Johnny Clayton last night with 100% on doubles, but that didn't happen either, because Johnny was amazing, as was Peter. Like I said yesterday, there's no draws here.
119.
No draws whatsoever. Everybody has to win a match. So it's either 0 points for a loss or 2 points for a win. There's no in between here.
10.
And Matt Dennant has 6 darts from 190 to complete this job.
So,
Oh, how much he wanted that second treble 20. Because if he was sitting on 50, you know for a fact he was going 18 double 16.
96.
Finally poised. Double 15. Doesn't like the angle. This is going to have to be a pristine shot. Going over the top.
60 scored.
Got closer, but not close enough. Now can Keelan K steal it away and create space at the top of the weekly table. Didn't really scare the inner ring there.
49.
And Matt Dennant has a choice to make. Straight for it? Of course. It's got more room to the right, but that is the worst case scenario. And it's his turn to miss multiple match darts. It has now been 6 for the match, and Keelan K is going to find himself in friendly territory. He's a tops guy. If he gets there, I had to say if, after he missed that early single. You can see the disappointment in his face.
20.
Matt Dennant will think it is his birthday, getting more match darts.
1.
He's got the job done. And yesterday it was 14 match darts missed against him. But in that match, no match darts were missed. It's just a case of Keelan K not getting to the finishing line to give himself a chance. But the first 2 points go to Matt Dennant, so he goes top of the table for the week. But let's go into match number 2 of today's play. And that is Bradley Kirk against Jamie Lewis. Welcome back to today's Online Darts Live League. Time to get into match 2 of number 15, of which we will have today. 26-year-old Bradley Kirk will return into this match, and after a good night's sleep will hopefully have a better day than yesterday. But he's up against it, as Jamie Lewis is his first opponent of Tuesday. Jamie Lewis was very good at the start of yesterday's play, picking up a win against Keelan K, and then picking up a win over Martin Adams by 4 legs to 0. And they thought, oh, Jamie Lewis is making this look easy. In the middle of the session, things got a bit more difficult. But he did finish with a handy 2 points against Bradley in his last match of the day yesterday, which was also 4 legs to 0.
1-3-4.
Unfortunately for Bradley, it was a familiar sight yesterday. Of his 5 games played, he was defeated 4-0 4 times. But the one game he played where he got legs, it was a very good game.
58.
Against Keelan K. It was 4-3 to Keelan. I thought Bradley played really well in that match, averaging just over 91.
45.
Just get the feeling that maybe Bradley needs to use today and tomorrow as a building block for where he wants to be in a few months' time. Just try and find out what's going on, what's going right, what's going wrong. And after yesterday, the only pressure he really feels is from himself.
58.
To try and get himself some legs, get some wins. Because from his position, it's incredibly unlikely he's going to make the top spot. He'd have to have a perfect day today and a perfect day tomorrow.
140.
But if Jamie Lewis keeps plodding on like he did against Bradley yesterday, he will be in the thick of it by this time tomorrow.
56.
Very steady 6 points yesterday, with a healthy +6 leg difference. Saw him positioned second in the table yesterday.
125.
That's not a bad 5 in the end. It still gets him to a 2-darter. No professional dart player wants to hit a single 5 in that position, but sometimes there is a decent 5, and that was it. Treble 19 would have left tops. Just lining it up.
57.
And in very similar fashion to yesterday against Bradley, he's just making steady headway.
96.
He's allowing Bradley to make the errors, and Jamie looking to be the person to take advantage
Yeah,
with
give
some
one.
very, very steady play, which is exactly what that 16-darter is. If he can maintain the start that he got yesterday, the likelihood is he probably will get 4 points from his first 2 matches, and that's 5 straight legs against Bradley, so can he make it 6? When you look at the Jamie Lewis game, I suppose he is going through a bit of a rebuild.
100.
He didn't come through Q School, that's why he's able to play in this event. But people can use this tournament as a building block.
93.
A lot has been said about Richie Edhouse, David Evans, and what they did last year by using their experience through lockdown, playing in the Live League last year,
100.
going on to the Challenge Tour and bossing that. Maybe Jamie Lewis could be one of the players to also do that, because there is no doubt about his ability. Sometimes you just need to go back to basics, which is exactly what Robert Thornton was doing a couple of weeks ago. He had a pretty successful week. He won Group A.
43.
You would classify a steady performance from Jamie here as constantly picking
22.
up 1 and 2 treble visits. The 96s, the tons. Leaving yourself a finish after 15, which is exactly what he did in leg 1.
60.
Doesn't want to be coming up dry too much like that. But you can see that Jamie's not getting flustered. He's not portraying any negativity.
16.
And that in itself is a building block to get yourself into a nice zone and being able to handle positive and negative situations with the same reactions.
100.
Bradley just not able to concentrate his aiming zone
32.
and is really struggling early. Jamie has to forget what Bradley's doing and just do his own thing. And that leaves 75, so he may go down to the treble 17 here.
40.
No big dramas. He's got a 190 point lead. Better darts from Bradley Kirk. Good to see. Maybe too late in leg 2. Double top again. His chosen double. I tell you what, when he gets that double top sighter in, he has got to be one of the best in the world at it. He was really good at double 16 when he had that run at the semi-finals of the World Championship with double top so far today. He has got that one in the bag. 2-0. That is the key, isn't it? When you find a double that's working that day, keep using it.
81.
You have players like James Wade, for instance, who have been using tops and tens, come what may, every single day of their career.
125.
But then if you flip things around, you've got players like Adrian Lewis and Phil Taylor who have had love affairs with double 16 and double top in different times.
82.
And they are the kind of people who have fluctuated in what they've used more predominantly because of how they were performing in practice.
140.
Throwing with a little bit of freedom this morning is Jamie Lewis. It's really nice to see. And I loved what Wayne Mardle said yesterday
57.
on Premier League Darts. This is a sport where if you play with freedom, you do play better. It is so true. And there is a freedom about the release of Jamie Lewis this morning so far, and it's really nice to watch. Unfortunately, we can't say the same for Bradley. It seems like every dart is getting a lot of effort. For the best leg of the day, Jamie Lewis needs double 18. I mean, that is just superb. It really is. When your opponent is struggling, it's really hard to focus on what you're doing on your own. And quite frankly, at the minute, Jamie Lewis is in a stratosphere of his own, leading 3-0 after an 11 darter. Steady as she goes, and has averaged 16 darts per leg for the first 3.
100.
So 48 darts for 3 legs of 501 is very competent. The best statistic is that he hasn't missed a double. 100%. And we would love to see him keep that statistic up. Well, not if your name's Bradley Kirk.
140.
That's the 4th 140 for Jamie. It's been an excellent performance. And he's following up with what he started with yesterday. An average in the 90s against Keelan in match 1.
60.
And I used a word yesterday when he was coming to the end of his match against Bradley, and it was merciless.
5.
If you want to be top of this group by the end of tomorrow, someone who is struggling like Bradley is, you have to be merciless.
44.
Because the fact of the matter is, when you are struggling at some times in your career, your opponents are merciless against you.
100.
This will have been one of the best performances of the week so far
100.
if he remains 100% on doubles. And he will have disposed of Bradley Kirk in double quick time. 16 leaves tops, which he's hit twice already.
56.
And this time he misses by quite some margin. He is human on the outer ring. Somewhat ironic shot at the 157 for Bradley.
20.
Oh, really good try. I would love to have seen him hit that. And double 10 is in. He only misses one double in the entire match. A little bit of defiance from Bradley Kirk at the end, but it is unfortunately his 5th 4-0 defeat of the week so far. He's going to have to figure that out, but a cracking start for Jamie Lewis. Next, Shaun McDonald and Martin Adams will start their campaign. So how does Wolfie start his campaign today? Game number 3 of today's play coming in Group A. And here we have the legend that is Martin Adams starting his campaign for Tuesday. Up against Shaun McDonald, the chartered accountant from Aberdeen. Beautiful town in the northeast of Scotland. Had a decent day yesterday, did Shaun. I'm not sure what his goals were for yesterday, but I think if you offered him 6 points and a positive leg difference, which he has at +5, on top of that, a win against this man yesterday, I think he would have accepted that as a first day in the Online Darts Live League. And I've been educated a bit more about what he's capable of. We've had a little bit of banter in the last 24 hours.
It's Martin throwing first.
Oh, that's one.
Game on.
Have a good one.
This time it is Martin to go first. The roles are reversed from yesterday. This was match number 13 yesterday. Today it's number 3. But yesterday it was a steady performance from Shaun. An 87 average
140.
with 40% on doubles. And it was efficient. He caught Martin maybe a little bit tired yesterday after Martin's worst day this year with the Online Darts Live League, only picking up 4 points. So you have to pay a lot of respect to Shaun for being so accurate with his last game yesterday, which would have made dinner taste a little sweeter.
95.
I get the feeling that Martin Adams will remember that game yesterday and figure it's time for a little bit of an equaliser in the head-to-head record this week. I had a little chat with Shaun this morning, just learning a bit more about him.
98.
He's a father of 2 boys, Murray and Max. And he was telling me all about some of the darts matches he's had in the past. He's played some very good players,
140.
Martin being one of them. He did play at the UK Open back in 2006 and 2007. But after a couple of years playing PDC darts, he decided to take some time out to
97.
get his degree and continue studying for a period of 5 years, where he is now a qualified chartered accountant, of course, a very handy person to know this time of year in the UK because it is tax time. Martin Adams' best finish yesterday was a 1-2-6. He's not able to replicate it, but he has started the brighter of the two in this one. Finish has been left by Shaun after 12, but Martin is already there. Double 16. 2 8s.
Came in 3.
And very, very good indeed from Wolfie, who sports the prostate cancer charity shirt today. What a fabulous ambassador he is for that charity and for our game. And he has taken a 1-0 lead against the person who defeated him yesterday. Can he get revenge today? That is the question. I do believe that Shaun got a bit of stick yesterday for my comment calling him the Punisher because of his staring look at the board as he pierces his vision through that dartboard as he throws. Just a great look of focus as he pinpoints his target. Slightly more relaxed look from Wolfie. It's a look that we have
95.
come to get used to over the last 30 years. When I was here a couple of weeks ago, I was talking about Paul Hogan and the times he played for England and maybe some of the memorabilia that he has saved in his career.
134.
I was contacted by his wife and she said that he still has a pair of red trousers from his England cap days. I do wonder this about a lot of players, I have to be honest.
100.
So let's use Wolfie as the example. I wonder the plethora of merchandise he's got from his career. Can you imagine some of the treasure troves he's got from his glory days? Some of the shirts, some of the darts, some of the trophies.
Good one.
He was, of course, incredibly successful last year playing the Live League.
121.
Lots of daily titles, weekly titles, 9-darter, all sorts of highlights as Shaun tries to create a highlight of his own at the start of play today with a 167.
Okay.
48
That
left.
is a fine try. We've already seen Keelan K miss double 15 for a 150. Can we see Adams get a shot at tops? At the 145. Oh, that was not far away
125.
for the biggest finish of the week so far. That could be very useful, that dart. It almost was.
Game in 3.
And did you see Martin Adams shrug his shoulders in the background there as if to say, I know, Shaun. I know you're going to hit double eight. Let's get on with leg 3. And that's exactly where we're going, as this one has been equalised at 1 leg all. It's really interesting to watch the players in the background. And tuning in today via the Online Darts YouTube page and via your favourite bookmaker site, where you should be gambling responsibly. Of course, 18 plus only, and begambleaware.org for more information.
123.
But watch the players in the background as well as watching the player throwing at the board. It's half the entertainment. Don't miss out. Any dart player who has played in front of cameras knows that the cameras are on them all the time. I know that more than most. And I've been caught out a few times thinking that the cameras weren't pointed at me.
100.
I was suitably reprimanded as well. There you see that first dart plummeting into the sisal. And not a great deal of room next to that dart. And what I mean by that is he's using a standard point that isn't very long. So wherever the dart is, it's hard for him to sneak it next to it. Bit more of the point showing for Martin.
121.
He has this uncanny knack of sneaking them together, doesn't he? Who's going to be the MVP today? We've had a win for Matt Dennant, 4 legs to 3.
58.
And a win for Jamie Lewis by 4 legs to 0. It's very similar to what we had at the end of play yesterday. 4-3 win for Keelan and a 4-0 win for Jamie Lewis in matches 15 and 14 respectively. If we're going to follow that trend, then someone's going to win this 4-1. 3 legs on the bounce required, if that is what they're going to get. It's a really fine last start there from Shaun, has to be said. Quite forceful as Adams goes for the 96. That one severely underpitched, hence the pause before the attempted treble 17.
38.
2 treble 19s looks like the target. And the 146 is no longer possible. One more point than that, and that's exactly what Martin requires. 2 darts for the 3rd leg. Double 10. And he finds an absolute beauty right in the middle of that double 10 to rediscover the lead at 2 legs to 1. An 18 darter, so 6 visits for that. And that's around what Martin Adams was doing yesterday. So he's going to have to find something a little bit more consistent today for more points, you feel. Just looking at yesterday's statistics, it made for very interesting reading. Throughout the day, Keelan K averaged 90.7 for his 5 matches. And for the day, I mean, don't forget about this. 55% on doubles for the day. That was so far ahead of anybody else. But the next best for the day was Shaun McDonald. 44% for the day on doubles. And I'm not just saying this, that's world class. If you look at players doing 44% over the course of a season, they will be in the top 5.
19.
Yesterday's average of 83.8 for the day for Shaun is competent, which is a word I've already used today. But you get the feeling that maybe he has to find maybe another 4 or 5 on that, just to trouble his opponents a little bit more. And that's around about what he did against Martin yesterday. It was an average of 87.9.
125.
And funnily enough, his average in this game is not too dissimilar. It's around 88.2. Problem is,
32.
Wolfie's average is a little bit better than yesterday's. It's at 98. It's okay being one of those players who constantly averages in the late 80s. But
180.
every now and again, you have to find that extra gear. And he's just found it there with that maximum. That gives him the chance to equalise at 2-2.
26.
That was the first 180 of the match. And it was a key shot. Double 16.
Game in 2.
Excellent leg. 14 darter from Shaun McDonald. And just like that, as if by magic, I said he had to lift his level a little bit to worry his opponents a little bit more. And that's exactly what he's just done. So it's 2-2 after 4. And we are none the wiser as to who's going to pick up the points in this one. Now, back in 2002, when he was winning the World Youth Masters, I'm sure he felt that the world was at his feet.
100.
But the story for a dart player at the start of their career, it's all the same, isn't it? I want to be world champion. I want to win the world match play. I want to win at Lakeside. It's not meant to be for everybody. But now that
60.
Shaun is back playing again, who's to say what could possibly happen in the next few seasons? Back in 2002, I was playing A-team darts for Northumberland. And I had delusions of grandeur. Playing in some very naughty black and white dart shirts, I have to say. I've still got them. At about that time, Martin Adams was playing for England
60.
with one of the strongest England squads that has ever been assembled. Talking about the likes of Andy Fordham, Mervyn King. Need I go on? Just getting into that England squad 20 years ago was an achievement. And I remember when Phil Nixon got into that team and played one match and averaged 97 and was
59.
dropped because everybody played better than that. I'm sure Martin Adams has got fond memories of Phil, who we sadly lost a few years ago.
81.
Fantastic fella. From that first World Championship victory that Martin had in one of the greatest games of darts that has ever been witnessed. A little bit of early morning calisthenics there for Martin as the second 180 of the match from Shaun is planted, just in case Martin has trouble on the 95. He negates the shot of the bull to have a crack at double 5.
90.
And that could be tricky, providing he gets another visit. Just symbolises in the back of your shot there that the dart dived at the end. Treble 19 to lead tops.
64.
Not quite. But this is one of those checkouts that nobody practices. And you should, because you never know when you're going to need it. Double 1. Oh, that's a superb shot. If you're practicing at home today, try that checkout at least 20, 30 times because it's very, very difficult to convert. And that's why Martin Adams is so great. He's just done it for a 3-2 lead. The tricky thing about that is not just getting the single 1 before going for double 2. It's possibly having to go back to double 1 with a dart in the way. That was a clean, concise, well-executed shot from Wolfie.
42.
And he's looking to start his day with a win, just like yesterday. where he started yesterday with a 4-3 win over Matt Dennant. I think he would
100.
say that he was quite fortunate to win that game against Matt, because Matt missed quite a lot of doubles in that match. Could prove to be a vital 2 points that he grabbed yesterday against Matt, because
140.
Wolfie does have to scrap today. After only getting 4 points on Monday, he is currently 4 points behind the league leaders, of which there are 3. Keelan K, Jamie Lewis and Matt Dennant, all on 8 points right now. So Martin's got to keep pace. A win in this match against Shaun, and he will equalise Shaun's total of 6 so far.
100.
Shaun's average in this match around 92. Very, very good indeed. But he's in a spot of bother, because
100.
Martin is just tapping him on the shoulder and saying, I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. If you make a mistake, this game's done. Regardless of what he does with his second dart, he's got to go south on dart 3.
59.
A bare minimum shot gives Wolfie a bit of a smell here of blood. And wolves like blood. A very old school approach there from Martin. Surely the 19s was the section for dart 3, but he's always been one to be quite stubborn on the 60. Score halved with 1 dart left.
100.
He is poised. The first match winning opportunity is right here. 60 for tops.
Sure.
And that one, as Dickie Bird would signal, is a wide.
41.
If you don't know who Dickie Bird is, search for him. Brilliant cricket umpire. Is he signalling for a 6 here? Leg 6 goes to Shaun McDonald. And I've got 2 fingers in the air, signalling 6. Just like that. But we are going to go for 7. So let's get into leg 7 to see who wins this match. It's a huge match for Wolfie, even at this stage of this group. Very good match. We've already had a 4-3 with Dennant and Keelan K. I think this match has just had a little bit more about it.
100.
Maybe that's because of the league position of the 2 players in trying to keep up with the peloton at the front. Now there's a challenge I'd like to see. Take some of the world's best dart players and put them in a spinning class and see who falls first. Peddling his way to a 180.
180.
And there he is, singing along. Martin Adams gets his first maximum in the last leg of the match. Impeccable timing.
$43.
And with no treble there, he has got what looks like an unassailable lead, especially with that first dart planted in the red bit.
95.
Just an excellent leg, it has to be said. Leaving a 1-2-6 after 9 on the throw. Very strong indeed. You don't feel like there's anything that Shaun can do from here to win this match. You don't expect Martin to finish this in more than 6. It's not the worst dart, that's 7 actually. It leaves him 100.
41.
But you'd have to give him maybe a D plus on that effort there. Just a little bit less focus potentially. But Martin will be able to shrug that off, you feel. Got to go back to the 60 now to leave the finish.
9 to 8.
Very decent. Just in case Martin has another stumble. Now he's almost forced to go 20 bull. Double 5 again. Oh, and he's back on 5.
80.
We know he can hit that particular outshot. But Shaun shouldn't really be getting this chance. That is a great dart. There's plenty of room left for another, and he's not able to find it. What an
136.
opportunity. But now the pressure is firmly on Martin. To the wire we go. Double 2.
Game in.
Terrific.
Yeah, good dart.
What a lovely game of darts that was. And Martin Adams was tested eventually. He had such a huge lead in that 7th leg. But as soon as Shaun McDonald tapped him on the shoulder and said, if you miss, I'll hit, Martin was up to it. Great first 2 points for Martin. So let's get into game 4, which is Jamie Lewis against Matt Dennant. And that promises lots after they picked up a win in their first game. Welcome back to game 4, and it's been a rather exciting morning so far. We've had 2 4-3s, and Jamie Lewis winning 4-0 against Bradley Kirk. But looking at the weekly table now, it's very much resembling the daily table from yesterday because everything is starting to bunch up a bit. We have Keelan K and these 2 players here on 8 points, with Shaun McDonald and Wolfie, who have just met in a great match, on 6. Bradley Kirk has been cut adrift on 0, so we know that he has now got the role of spoiler.
Game on.
But the fact of the matter is, anybody in the top 5 right now is vying for that top spot, which will be solidified by Wednesday lunchtime tomorrow.
78.
So in this one, which finished yesterday 4-3 to Matt Dennant, whoever wins this will be the first person to 10 points for the week. And will be the first person to 4 points for the day.
100.
Maybe Jamie Lewis has got a bit of retribution on his mind because yesterday he missed 14. Yes, I said that right. Don't adjust your
40.
headsets. 14 match darts yesterday against Matt Dennant. The darting equivalent to Matt Dennant of one of those Christmas presents that opens itself.
140.
So I think when Jamie woke up this morning, he thought, there's one game I need to put right today, and that's this one.
120.
Doing a decent job so far. And one thing he has done a very decent job of so far this week, Jamie Lewis, is his leg difference. That's why he's top of the table right now, because his leg difference is better than everybody's.
125.
And so far, it's better by 4 legs. Double 16.
Yeah,
And that is a really, really good 15 darter to start things off against an opponent where he couldn't buy a double to win the match yesterday. But he starts pretty good here, does the Welshman. And he's looking very strong as he wins his 5th leg in a row so far this morning. I think it's fair to say that Jamie was a little bit shell-shocked
58.
by what happened yesterday against Matt. Because he was dominating the match, and up until the match start, there was only one winner.
137.
As for there being only one winner in this group, that's not going to happen. Because, well, it is going to happen eventually.
96.
But as far as between now and tomorrow lunchtime, I think we're going to be jostling for position over the next 24 hours quite a lot. It was the same a couple of weeks ago when I was in the hot seat.
100.
We saw Jamie Caven win day 1 of Group A. Then we saw Richie Burnett win day 2. Then Robert Thornton won day 3.
58.
And because Robert was undefeated on Wednesday, that's why he won the group eventually by 2 points. Actually, by 4 points.
60.
But there's no guarantee of winning the weekly title, of course, if you win Group A. Just look how dominant Aaron Monk was in Week 1.
93.
That was eventually won by Scott Marsh. Don't forget as well, we do have other players coming in later in the week. As Jamie Lewis finds an absolutely plumb maximum. They're the best ones, the ones that leave a double.
140.
And Matt Dennant also looks for that 180, but just comes up short. Double 6. And
Yeah,
Jamie
yeah,
Lewis
you
is playing some fabulous darts today. Not just good darts. This is pulverising stuff. 6 legs without reply from his opponents. And he's looking for another 4-0 potentially, if he can get himself to the winning lane and get over it this time. We know he has the capability to put in these kind of statistics. Even in some of his darker times where
77.
we thought maybe he's having a bad spell. Remember when he played at the World Series finals? In the first round and averaged 109? And we all said,
Done.
where did that come from? We know he can do it. He knows he can do it. But it has always been about consistency with Jamie. That has been the thing that has been missing. Not so today, though. He's been Mr. Consistent.
35.
I mentioned that we have other players coming later in the week. Group B, which is Thursday and Friday mornings. Darren Beveridge, Jamie Clark and Greg Ritchie will join us. And they will be accompanied
93.
by the bottom 3 position players from this group. Group C, which is on Thursday and Friday night via the same channels. We have Kevin Burness, Stephen Burton and Dave Parletti. Very good looking additional players there. They will join number 2 and number 3 from this group. And of course, number 1 from this group goes through to Saturday night's finals, which we'll see
96.
the top 2 places from Group B and C join them as well. Maximum checkout here for Matt. Not really scared with that first dart.
54.
137 is the ideal number here. He's going to get it.
137.
That is perfect. And it's exactly what Dennant did not want to hear. And that's not what he wanted to see.
85.
Tops for Lewis.
Yeah,
Absolutely tremendous stuff from Jamie Lewis. And he really wants to get this victory, doesn't he? And he's on the cusp of winning his first 2 matches today by 4 legs to 0. Absolutely butchering the leg difference. It's in the palm of his hands. And now the question is, can he finish the job? I'm sure that's going through his mind too.
57.
But 45 darts for the first 3 legs. That is a 3-dart improvement on the first 3 legs he had against Bradley Kirk, which was impressive.
26.
So he's gone from 48 for 3 legs to 45. Hence his average is nudging the 100 mark.
60.
He is, of course, the number 1 contender for the MAD Welsh title. And he will be vying for that title
60.
a week on Saturday. That's against Jim Williams. That will be, based on the way that Jamie's played today, and the way Jim always plays, a very good match. As for Dennant, I'm sure it won't be too long before he has to defend his England Royals Championship. He's the holder of that title from his part of the country as an amateur player in modern amateur darts. Good ton from Jamie, but he seems to have taken his foot off the pedal a little bit in this one.
60.
I think Matt Dennant is the one who's shell-shocked a little bit at the start of this match. But he'll be thinking, just do what you did yesterday. Just plod on, leg by leg, and see if Jamie falters
40.
at the match-winning line. Doesn't have to go 18s first, he ever does anyway. Double 16. That would have been
96.
an excellent finish. No damage done, as he has a guaranteed visit back. And
85.
definitively, Jamie Lewis is playing faster today. I think it's really helping him. Double 16 has not been a problem for Matt Dennant today. It's been his best mate. He's hit it so many times already, and he's got to keep leaving it. He's been so much better there than he was at tops. He's just closed the gap to 2. Can he stay in the match here? When you find something that works, stick with it. Give it time to embed itself as natural behaviour on the dartboard. Look at Brendan Dolan right now, playing absolutely stupendous darts. He made the decision last year to quicken his game up. It's taken a few months for him to really get it right, but now look at him. If Jamie Lewis is trying to do the same thing by playing a little bit faster, just give it time. If you think it works, believe in it and trust it for a while.
81.
And so far, so good. That throw of Dennant, in all the time that I've been watching him play, has not changed one little iota. I've already mentioned him as one of my favourite technical players. I think there's a lot you can learn from the way that Matt plays the game. But learning is his game, being a teacher.
93.
Imagine Matt Dennant being your teacher at school. Pretty cool cat, isn't he? Dart player. He's got the look of someone at the front of a Britpop band.
100.
Got to leave a finish here to have any sort of chance. Oh, and that is really, really unfortunate. A collision with the flights means that he doesn't register any points. And Jamie Lewis has 2 darts to win the match. And this time, it only takes the one. Yesterday, 14 match darts missed. But this time, 1 match dart, 1 win, and 2 points gained. He has absolutely butchered Matt Dennant in that match. A beautiful display. And we go into match 5 with no further ado as Shaun McDonald returns to the hockey in quick smart time against Keelan K. Straight into game number 5, and we're rattling on with things this morning, aren't we? Just seen another terrific display from Jamie Lewis, averaging 91.72, 60% on doubles, and he is firmly atop the weekly standings on 10 points. So now we have players trying to catch him. Keelan K on 8 points for the week, needs a win against Shaun McDonald here to not only keep up with Jamie Lewis, but to create separation between himself and Shaun. Win here and Keelan will be 4 points ahead of Shaun. And all of a sudden, the scenarios for every player start to get a little bit more urgent. You can't afford to lose track of where you need to be now.
It's Keelan throwing first. Game on.
You know that Bradley Kirk has been cut adrift, and I've put him in the category of playing spoiler.
77.
He plays next against Martin Adams, who will need a win to keep pace with the league leaders. And it was an unfortunate loss to Martin Adams in the last, well, not the last match, the match before for Shaun. 4 legs to 3 against Martin, so a little bit of revenge for Wolfie after losing to Shaun yesterday.
58.
But it's revenge on Shaun's mind now, because Keelan beat Shaun yesterday with a score of 4-0. And I was flabbergasted yesterday with the amount of 4-0s that we had. Out of 15 matches, there were 7 4-0s. So periods of dominance,
85.
there were plenty. And there was a period in the middle of the day where 4 matches consecutively went 4-0. And this fixture between Shaun and Keelan was the 4th of the 4. And with Jamie Lewis not only top of the table on points now,
57.
he has an unassailable lead currently on leg difference. He's on plus 13 and Keelan's on plus 3. So
96.
not only are people after points here, they're after legs without reply. Shaun hasn't got his eyes fixed on that treble yet in this match. And you're not afforded a great deal of time to get your eye in on these games because best of 7, let me assure you, is very short format. When people are practicing these days against other players online, most of them are playing best of 11 minimum. I've seen Gabriel Clemens of Germany playing best of 35 games against a computer. Now that's what you call putting the work in. Keelan's now got 6 darts from 128. He's not played that impressively yet in this game, but he's done enough to ensure 6 darts from here. I think he did the right thing there going for the bullseye to try and leave tops, but too often, and I know I sound like a broken record, he drags that dart to the left. I think if he wants to fix that fault, he should seek some advice from someone who has a little bit of know-how in that field, because his ability level is quite frightening. 17 for tops.
And 3.
Brilliant on double top. Once again, Keelan K takes the lead. And you have to find the positives when you're not playing your best stuff. He didn't in that leg, but yet again, double top comes to his aid and finds it with 1 dart. Into leg 2 we go, and Shaun looking to equalise. You hope he's not getting that sinking feeling, because he will remember the game against Keelan yesterday where he did not win a leg.
41.
He will not want that to happen again. His leg difference is okay at the minute at plus 4.
177.
But when Keelan starts planting in 177s, it's a bit like a body punch to the ribs when he didn't expect it. I've had Tristan tweet in this morning just saying darts, 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 day every day. That's right. It is darts day every day. You got this 6 days a week for your entertainment pleasure. And you've got Premier League as well this week. If you like darts, this is the time to be alive.
100.
Get the feeling Tristan is a Jamie Lewis fan as well. So things are going all right for your boy Tristan. He's had a very, very good start to today. And he's having a decent week. It's really nice to see Jamie playing well. But if you do want to get in touch on social media, please don't hesitate. Keelan K is in a great position here.
45.
Was in a great position. That 45 has changed it. And even though Keelan's on the smaller number, you'd much rather be in Shaun's shoes.
96.
Decent approach, but this leg is far from done.
Really? 55.
Second consecutive visit from Keelan that hasn't been up to scratch. That is very much up to scratch. Double 16 for Shaun. Had a few woes down here yesterday.
16 left.
And once again he does. Can Keelan steal this one away to win his 6th consecutive leg against McDonald this week? Double top.
3.
And yet again, he's proving me right, you see. Double top is Keelan K's wheelhouse. And just when he misses the 86 shot on the 18s, he fixes it immediately. The treble 14 and the double top. 2-0 to Keelan K, and he feels invincible against Shaun McDonald this week. I've had a tweet from Gary Dennant, so I just want to read this right. Yes, I'm sure that Gary's probably related to Matt Dennant. And he's telling me that Matt Dennant's nickname is because he graduated from Coventry University. It was given to him by a previous sponsor. Well, my sources who told me he was a teacher need shooting. So I apologise for that
100.
misinformation, Gary. Thanks for straightening that up for me. Coventry University. Fine university, I hear.
140.
Fine visit from Keelan, who is putting himself in position here to stay with the pace setters. Will we, over the course of Tuesday, start to see people get that little bit of separation and cause a little bit of angst for the mid-table guys like Shaun and Wolfie? If you start losing matches, you will start to look up at people who are a little bit further away.
57.
Not a classic so far, both averaging in the mid-70s, but maybe because they know how important this match is. When talking to Shaun this morning, he was reminding me of his best run in a PDC event, which was the last 16 of a Players' Championship in Wales back in 2007.
96.
That day he was given a bye in the last 28 because Johnny Kaczynski of the United States decided not to get to the board quick enough. So there you go, nice bit of fortune there. And then he handed a defeat to Alan Warner-Little, the former world number 1.
100.
3 sets to 1. Fine feather in the cap there for Shaun. That has turned out to be a really decent visit for Keelan because he's left himself on a single number for tops, forcing Shaun to take this ton plus out. Double top. Oh, so close. He will have thought that was in when he threw it. But Keelan will feel very confident going for this now. Less confident yet as it stands. He had a bit of missing the singles earlier. This time he does miss double top to give Shaun a shot at that same bet.
Give him one.
Fine shot. Very marginally outside the last time he was there, but this time he does erase the gap to just the one leg now, so maybe he's got his foothold against Keelan K. His first leg of the week against Keelan, so let's see if he can get another. I've been reliably informed by Chris Mason that Gary Dennant is Matt's dad. So, Gary, thanks for tuning in. I'm sure you're very proud of Matt. He is a fantastic player and a lovely guy. And if he was a teacher, he's the kind of teacher I'd want to have. He's still a cool cat.
59.
Good to know that Chris Mason is tuning in, watching the Online Darts Live League, even on his week off. That's commitment.
100.
And that's a love for the game that you can't even measure. Good to have you tuning in, Mace. Hope you're well.
100.
A lot of people have asked whether it was possible for both Chris and I to commentate alongside each other. Well, of course, for COVID reasons and social distancing reasons, we're just having the one commentator per week. So you'll have to make do with just me for now. I know that's a bit of a sacrifice, but
96.
what do you got to do? I was mentioning Shaun McDonald's run to the last 16 of a Players' Championship back in 2007
180.
as Keelan K rudely interrupts me and gets a maximum. That day, Shaun McDonald also beat John Ferrell, the left-hander from Tunbridge Wells. And apparently, that cost John Ferrell a spot in the Grand Prix that year.
59.
He eventually lost out to Andy Smith, the Pie Man, in the last 16. Chris Mason that day lost to Jason Clark,
135.
the big man with the big heart. It was the big number that Keelan K missed there. Got to get that out of his mind. It cost him
6.
a shot for the match earlier against Matt Dennant. Got to remain focused on these small numbers. Double 12. Steps away. I think he's doing the right thing here. Just recalibrating.
And 3.
Very, very good indeed. And you don't know whether it's a good thing until you see the dart player hit the double. I wasn't sure about the rhythm of that visit from Keelan, but ultimately he got the job done and he's only one leg away from another 2 points for the week. You look on the upside of his first game today. Yes, he did lose 4-3, but at least he minimised the damage.
125.
The last thing you need at this time of the week is to be drubbed 4-0. And you just don't know how important that one leg against Jamie Lewis for Matt Dennant could be. You don't know how important it could be for Keelan to win this 4-1 potentially. It's up to Shaun to defy that.
96.
That 2007 Players' Championship in Wales was, funnily enough, won by Raymond van Barneveld.
140.
It had a very 2007 look in the quarterfinals. Alex Roy, Andy Smith, Alan Tabban, Dennis Ovens, Wayne Mardle, Mervyn King. Heavy hitters back then. And then you have Raymond van Barneveld, who wins the whole thing against Alex Roy in the final.
98.
It's nice to look back at those events from yesteryear to see who was doing well. He picked up wins.
96.
Another player from the Online Darts Live League was in the last 16 that day as well, in Andy Jenkins. And Shaun was quick to remind me that he did play in the qualifiers for the PDC World Championships once, and he lost in the first round to a PDC stalwart by the name of Graham Stoddart, who has not been very well lately with COVID. It was in intensive care, so we wish Graham all the very best. As Keelan looks to set up tops and does. A really, really tidy fifth leg from Keelan. And you fear for Shaun's chances in this match. Should be game over. To finish it up with an average towards the 90 mark, he will have to go south. Double 12.
16.
Tell what he's trying to do. He's trying to leave the top doubles of 12s and tops and 18s. That's where he's more comfortable. Can he get the job done on double 12 this time? The average has slipped a little bit towards 85, but he won't care about that. It's all about the points. Double 6.
18.
He will not be pleased with that at all. 5 match darts have slipped by. Treble 17 is finally missed. Wow, that was close.
91.
So Keelan K has been warned. He was stuck on double 3 yesterday after a similar leg where he split 12s and 6s and he found double 3 with the first dart. Not to be this time. But can he see any of it? Pick a side and go for it. Just a bit tentative. And it's now 8 darts that have been missed for this match. Is Shaun McDonald getting more luck than he deserves?
Give him 2.
Well, you've got to be merciless to put your opponents away, but sometimes if you're getting a bit of fortune, you've got to take it. And that's exactly what Shaun McDonald's got here. He is firmly back in this match now because the confidence of Keelan K may be shot a little bit. He's got to try and get himself off the floor. Just look in the background. Try and read the player when you can see them. It's part of the game these days. I try and teach that to young players. Try and read your opponent. Play the opponent as well as the board.
1, 2, 3.
If you sense weakness, take advantage of it. And that's exactly what Shaun's done here.
26.
One of the biggest challenges as a sports person is when you've been so close to victory
96.
and then all of a sudden you have to go back a step. You have to try and find the positives to get there again.
Tom.
If you're looking at more positives for Keelan, it's the fact that if he loses this leg on Shaun's throw, he will throw first in leg 7.
96.
But there's no way we should be here. And right now, you're hoping that Keelan's saying to himself, I shouldn't be here. If that's going through your mind, you're not focusing on what you're doing right now.
Feeding me 42.
If he's going to get on a finish alongside Shaun, he's going to have to find a maximum. And everything he did well to leave himself on tops after 12 darts in the last leg seems like an eternity ago.
Six.
And that is pretty decent. Is Keelan already thinking about leg 7? You wouldn't blame him if he is.
Really? 59.
But he's got to get himself into a good groove ahead of that 7th leg. Double 16 to take us all the way. This is where you've got to be really smart. You still think you're going to leg 7, but have a good visit here. Put in a really nice visit to make yourself feel good.
Tom.
That will make him feel pretty decent. You'll still expect Shaun to hit this double 8. which he has. A really, really fine fighting effort from Shaun McDonald. But is it going to be important that Keelan got that nice visit before the end of that leg to try and start well here? Let's find out. Look at the face of Kay. How much does he want this? Such a good day yesterday.
140.
He doesn't want to lose all of that momentum that he created for himself yesterday and from some good play already today. If he can fight his way to 2 points here, that will show us more about his character.
34.
I was saying yesterday that I wonder if Keelan Kay wants to be a professional dart player full time. I don't think that's in question.
96.
I'm sure that's what Shaun wanted to do as well before he studied for his accountancy qualifications. Sometimes life does get in the way. He's got the qualifications, the job, the family now. He's got everything in place. And he was talking to me earlier about the fact that the only reason he stopped playing PDC darts is because he ran out of money. And that was the case
95.
back then. If you had the money, you could play. No Q school. If you had the money, you could pay your membership and play. He did that for a couple of years. But if you're not successful, you don't rake the money back. You have to stop. And sponsors were very, very hard to come by back then.
97.
Keelan's in position and just has to keep doing what he's doing.
84.
It's a great last dart. It's the kind of dart that makes you exhale with relief. Still got that healthy lead of over 150. If you're forcing your opponent to hit a maximum, well done you.
100.
6 darts from here. It's got to be nice and tidy. Well, it turns out to be okay. He halves the score. It wasn't that tidy. And we'll find out in a matter of seconds just how effective it was to leave 78. Hold on a moment.
180.
That is not what Keelan wanted to hear. But the destiny of these 2 points are firmly in his hands. Double 12. And he has missed both of them. I've lost count now of how many darts he's missed for the match. And Shaun McDonald, I called him the Punisher yesterday. We might have to call him the Executioner if he hits this double 16. That is absolutely punishing. It's the only word for it. And he holds his hands up in apology. But the name of the game is this. To win at the end and to hit the match dart. That is the only thing that Keelan Kay did not do. He had multiple chances and multiple legs. But Shaun McDonald gets the points. And Keelan Kay has a lot to mull ahead of his next match. Our next match is Martin Adams against Bradley Kirk. So don't go away. firmly into the second third of the action today, as Bradley Kirk is still searching for his first victory of the week. Based on what we have seen so far today and yesterday, you would deeply fancy the man from Deeping St James in Cambridgeshire. Hasn't been Bradley's week, and whether he's suffering with a timing issue of his release or whether there's a bit of a stutter starting to come in, we don't know, but he has been defeated 4-0 in 5 of his 6 games this week so far, and one of those yesterday
It's Brad trying
was
first.
to Martin Adams.
Where's Bradley?
I said earlier on that maybe Bradley can play the role of
46.
spoiler now and play with a little less pressure. He knows that he's not going to qualify for the finals via the first place spot in this group.
85.
But maybe people are going to earmark the possibility of beating Bradley and get caught napping a little bit.
78.
He could take advantage of that. And Martin had to work quite hard
140.
against Shaun McDonald to get a victory earlier. A good 88 average. Defied the 91 average of Shaun, who has
16.
since won his first match of the day, somehow against Keelan, who, by my count, missed 10 match darts in 2 different legs.
85.
Shaun will think that he's been given a gift, and he will play Jamie Lewis next,
100s.
who is currently at the top of the table, and he will have the opportunity to open up a 4-leg gap at the top of the table when he plays Shaun next.
143.
Martin has to keep pace with those players at the top. He's currently on 6 points. And if he gets 2 here, he'll be within 2 of Jamie for now.
42.
Very much like Jamie Lewis earlier, Martin's just got to plod on and do his job here. And do it efficiently, which is exactly what he's done there. A 17 darter from Martin Adams is a very tidy start. And you get the feeling that the way Bradley has averaged this week so far, 4 17 darters, which is around about an 88 average, would be good enough. There was a lot made last night about Glenn Durrant going into the Premier League low on confidence. And I think the way he fought last night against Nathan Aspinall is commendable.
140.
Some of the shots he took out to stay in the match against an impressive Aspinall. I was tipping my hat to him. I thought he played all right.
80.
But Bradley, who is struggling, has just got to remain in a nice place, not try and get too downhearted. Got to try and enjoy his play over the course of today and tomorrow
140.
and see what comes to him. Try not to take anything too much to heart. I know it's very easy to say that,
96.
but he seems to be playing a bit more relaxed in this game, which is really nice to see. The problem with playing relaxed darts is that sometimes
180.
your opponent can feel that, and then they start to relax as well. And Adams leaving 41 after 9. This is a proper leg of darts.
$34.
Little sign of exasperation there from Bradley. He's been pulverised in leg 2 here by Adams, who goes for double 16 and finds it for the best leg of the day 11 darts from Martin Adams, and it doesn't come much better than that. I hope we do get better than that, because we did have a 9-darter last Monday. But Adams, 2-0 up, looking imperious so far. I think you can see in the background Martin Adams not looking at what Bradley was hitting on the board, he was looking at Bradley. That's experience right there. He's trying to gauge how he's feeling
140.
so he can somehow feel better about what he's doing. And that 140 will make him feel very good indeed.
80.
Just watch some of the great matches from over the years. The Taylor Barnevelds,
Good one.
some of the Wolfie classics from Lakeside. Don't even question the fact
81.
that the greatest players ever have played the player as well as the board. And if they say so in an interview afterwards that they just played the board, they're telling you fibs.
46.
It's like a manager after a win saying, oh, we're going to take one game at a time. They don't think about it like that.
60.
But it's been really interesting over the last couple of years watching Wolfie use these moulded flights, because he'd used pretty much the same thin pencil dart for years, the aluminium stem, the folding poly flight, and then I first saw him using these last year in the early part of the Live League, and I thought, that's a really big change for Martin. Based on some of the darts he played last year, what a fantastic change it was.
100.
He's also got a stem that allows the flight to spin as well. That's a bit of equipment that not everybody likes.
180.
Yeah, there's a maximum from Bradley Kirk to leave double 14, forcing Adams to Shanghai here, and he's not going to do so. So can Bradley Kirk get his first leg since playing Keelan K yesterday in game 4? Got to stay positive, Bradley. Double 7.
Game into.
Very, very good shot. And I know it hasn't been his couple of days, and it's really good to see him fighting there. But that 180 was a great shot to leave double 14. And I commend his talent and his perseverance. He's 2-1 down, and Wolfie is still the favourite. Added to that, Wolfie was sitting on double top, so even harder to hit that double
100.
on your opponent, who was averaging over 109. Yes, 109. Is poised to go 3-0 up.
80.
Especially as well, that Martin Adams had not missed a double up to that point, so the likelihood is he was not going to miss that either. Using the angle from the right-hand side of that hockey. Players from his generation, the Kings, the Peter Wrights, even James Wade, they don't switch as much as the Van Gerwens, the Van der Voorts, and some of the newer players coming through. Martin Adams is the kind of player that will go to the left of the hockey. He will go to the right of the hockey to try and get the maximum shot. This is anything but maximum.
3.
And he gives it the old 3 fingers. Well, we're all capable of doing it now and again. Even when you're averaging 111, he's just scored 3. He is human.
59.
Just had an update from a couple of friends of mine in the northeast of England about Graham Stoddart, the great dart player from Newcastle. He is on the road to recovery, which is really, really good to hear. So, if you are watching, Graham, chin up, lad, and you'll be as sound as a fish cake in no time.
100s.
And that mean nothing to you, but Graham will know what I'm talking about. 158 for Adams, and he's got 6 for it. Treble 18.
134.
And here's the funny thing. A couple of weeks ago, we saw Richie Burnett have a 12 darter with a 26 in the leg.
80.
We could have a 16 darter from Adams with a 3 in the leg. Is that a guide?
No score.
Maybe it was a little too close. And you saw how the angle just changed after the first guide. Can Bradley get away to tops? He's got a shot.
Uh, 97.
Just took his time on that shot. He knew how important it was. And Adams revisits double 12. Can he hit double 6? No, he can't. He goes north. Bradley Kirk is firmly in this match if he can find double 10.
No score.
Oh, he was getting closer all the time. He just needed one more dart. But that's not the name of the game. You've only got 3. Martin has needed 9 for this. He still can't find it.
18.
The average plummets. The doubles percentage plummets. And his score predicament in this match could plummet too.
Game into
And it has, as Bradley Kirk gets 2 consecutive legs. And it's 2-2 from absolutely nowhere. Just because Martin Adams missed so many darts at a double. Can he rectify the situation as we go into leg 5? I don't think anybody could foresee what happened there.
59.
And Bradley's not going to complain. He was given the chance, and he took it. If you think this game is easy, it's only because these players make it look easy now and again.
60.
Hitting that double with something that is only 22 grams in weight is not simple at all. Just because you've done it many, many times before does not give you the right to do it easily again. You've got to work just as hard to hit it the next time. You don't get any freebies in this game.
Oh no. 65.
It's not like match play golf where they give you a putt from, say, 2 feet out. Oh, you can just have that. You can pick your ball up. We don't do that in darts. Just imagine if we did.
96.
How many 9 darters would be hit? Oh, I've hit the first 8. I'll just take that. That's a 9. Doesn't work that way. You've got to hold everything here. And you can't ask anybody else to do it for you.
95.
The idiosyncrasies of this very difficult game. It's definitely responsible for some of the grey hairs on my head.
95.
And I'm sure for some of the greys on Martin's head as well. Still dons a little bit of the old school jewellery. A bit of the pension fund on his hand.
60.
Don't see that as much anymore. And even Mervyn King, who used to wear a lot of gold jewellery, he doesn't wear that anymore. It's good to see it now and again from the likes of Martin and
134.
Bobby George. Some of the older players. I always used to marvel at the fact that some players, some of the best in the world, used to have a loose gold chain on their throwing wrist.
100.
And it would go up and down their arm whenever they play it. I could never get used to that. Martin Adams is not getting used to winning this match because he's behind 3-2 now to Bradley, who has finally got his act together. And from 2-0 up, cruising, looking to be 3-0 up, all of a sudden, Bradley is 3-2 up, throwing for the win. Well, Martin's throwing first, but he will throw for the win. One good leg, and Bradley will get the biggest win of his week. This would be huge for his confidence, and it would dent Martin Adams' chances of qualifying in top spot in Group A massively.
$100s.
Earlier in the match, Martin was averaging 111. He's now averaging 89. And Bradley's been around the 75 mark the whole game.
100.
Just when you think you've seen it all, something like this pops up. You do get the feeling that there is a little bit of a twist in the tail here, though.
100s.
And have you noticed how singing your scores when you play Martin Adams becomes a bit of a habit? Even Bradley Kirk now is starting to sing the 100s a bit more.
43.
He's becoming a bit more melodic. And that comes with winning legs as well. He will not want to sing 26.
66.
So he hits 66. Well done, Bradley. Keeps him in the leg. All of a sudden, Wolfie is having to work very, very hard here. 2 consecutive legs needed to win 2 more points to stay with the pace setters. Not just for the weekly table as well, it's the daily one.
28.
To stay with Jamie Lewis, he needs a win here. Has to go downstairs now.
Oh my life.
That one
43.
was a push into the small 3. So a 140 here from Bradley, and it'll be game on. But he's looking downstairs. I like that tactic. 3 treble 19s would have left double 18.
93.
He's not out of it yet.
Good 15.
Well, that leaves 79. Treble 13 for tops. And he's just missed
40 left.
a match-saving dart. This is Bradley Kirk's first chance to win a match this week. Treble 19 would have left double 19. Has he been hanging out with
58.
Keegan Brown thinking that route for 114?
Oh my life.
Adams now needs double 15. Starting to lose the line, but finds the line in leg 6. This has been a nail-biting match, and Bradley Kirk, who has the dart in the very last leg, will fancy the chance, but it's a bit of a coin flip, this one, based on what we've seen. We have no idea what we will witness, but let's go ahead with leg 7. The one match where Bradley Kirk did get legs,
83.
he got 3 of them against Keelan K yesterday. Can he get a 4th to get his first win? He is showing just about as much courage
140.
as we saw from Barry Bates a couple of weeks ago, who had a shocker of a Monday, but then really fought to put in some performances after that. And by the end of the week, he was in the finals.
59.
I'm not saying that Bradley Kirk's going to make the finals on Saturday. But what I will say is this. He's shown a lot of courage and heart in this game. And I like that.
140.
His biggest problem is that Wolfie has found the line and the length at the start of this 7th leg. 2 consecutive 140s.
46.
And he's in prime position to get the job done. Even if he does get the 2 points, he's going to have to do something about his leg difference over the course of Tuesday, because it's still in the minus. Win this leg and it would be -1 with 8 points in the bank. And that's 14 legs behind Jamie Lewis at the top of the table. That's the equivalent of 4 matches.
58.
Minimum of 6 from here.
Get up there then.
60 to lead double 18.
85.
And that's exactly what he serves up. Maybe Bradley has just run out of steam.
87.
Been a valiant effort. He was 3-2 ahead. But Wolfie looking to finish things off in 13. Double 9. This corner cost him earlier. And how has he found that gap? Well, too good. Shaking that shoulder around a little bit.
140.
And he's got to be really careful now. Double 9 for the match. With Bradley Kirk on double 14.
Get in there then. No score.
Oh, he's wired it again.
Oh, really? Why not?
By the narrowest of margins, and Bradley Kirk for the first time this week has match darts. Double 7 was good for him earlier. What a lie. And he's not able to use it. He rushed the last dart. Does Martin go for double 9 this time? Yes, he does. And he just gets over the line. I wouldn't say that is the best game we've seen this week, but it's probably the most dramatic that we've seen. What a really good spectacle, and great heart from Bradley Kirk, but he just comes up short as Martin Adams gets 2 more points. Into the next one, Jamie Lewis, who is top of the table, playing really, really great stuff today. He's up against Shaun McDonald. Match number 7 for today. And these games are going fairly quickly. The last one, really dramatic. And the last 2 actually have been very dramatic. This man, Shaun McDonald, played Keelan K last and won 4-3, and he may still be thinking how. 10 match darts missed by Keelan K. But ultimately, it was Shaun who picked up his 8th point of the week. And as we stand, we have 4 players on 8 points for the week. Keelan K, Matt Dennant, Shaun McDonald and Wolfie all on 8. We have 1 solitary player on 10. And that is Shaun's opponent. So this is a very important match. Jamie Lewis wins this, and for the first time we will have 4 points between top spot and the chasing pack. Not only that, but Jamie Lewis's leg difference is looking very vibrant. Plus 13, and the next best is Shaun McDonald at plus 5. So a difference of 8 legs.
9 to 8.
I'm sure Shaun's not too daunted by that, considering how he played against Jamie yesterday. It was a somewhat surprising 4-0 win for Shaun, because at the time Jamie was playing absolutely sublime stuff. He put it down to maybe just being a blip.
140.
Well, Jamie got a bit of revenge against Matt Dennant after he missed 14 match darts against Matt yesterday.
95.
And he had a lovely 4-1 win against him a few games ago. Can he exact revenge on the 4-0 against Shaun from yesterday? Jamie's already proven his ability to forget what happened yesterday and use the positives. So far in this one, Shaun has the upper hand in the early exchanges. And Jamie's starting to use that natural ability of his and spending less time aiming and more time gathering points with the first maximum of the match.
To 8.
Big last dart. Just takes the pressure off the next shot a little bit. But the amount of pressure on the 66 depends on what Jamie does here.
60.
And unfortunately for him, it's a tightly knitted 60. Single 16 for tops. For the first leg.
Sorry, 26.
And maybe Jamie just needs to find a little bit of magic just to snap this streak against Shaun. That 3 won't help. $62 left. Lots of options. That was one of them. Is it too little too late? That's so far away, it's not actually in the way in any way, shape or form, but that one might be a little bit dicey.
20.
It's just a little bit too far away to be a guide. It's just a bit of a hindrance, I feel, as Jamie Lewis goes for double 16. Double 8, wonderfully done. And with the way his darts sit in the board, I guarantee you he had to throw that over both of the darts and get it to dive at the end. Beautiful shot as Jamie Lewis takes a 1-0 lead in this one. A little bit of a chuckle there from Jamie. It's good to see him smiling. Last time I got to spend a bit of time with him, he was not in a good place in Risa last October. It was almost bringing tears to my eyes to see someone so harmless in so much anguish. It was absolutely dreadful to watch. So to see him smiling and playing good darts and healthy and happy,
140.
that's what makes me feel good about seeing Jamie play today. Darts can take a back seat to people's mental health. But when you're playing good darts and playing good sport, it can be good for your mental health. It can make you feel just a little bit better. Just saw Jamie blowing on his hands there.
100.
It's a bit chilly in the UK this week. We had 23 degrees in the UK last week. This week it's way down in the singles. Somebody's turned the heating off. I've had a few inquiries from people on social media about whether we would have anybody from overseas play in the Online Darts Live League. Well, of course, because of COVID restrictions, we have centralised our efforts on UK-based players. But as for the future, you'll just have to wait and see, won't you? Jamie's hoping that Shaun misses the treble again, but he doesn't.
91.
Leaves himself on exactly half of his own score. He was fortunate to win leg 1 via the misses of Shaun.
45.
And if he wants to win leg 2, he's going to need more of the same. Treble 14 might be the target here.
32 left.
And that was just hit to leave himself on double 16. It's not a bad 86 average so far for Shaun, but he'll not be happy unless he takes this one
54.
in the first or second dart, really. Just needs to be a bit more crisp on the outer ring. Seems to be finding a lot of wires.
Game in 2.
That's a great shot. Because if you go anywhere near the first dart, it's going to bounce to the left. So if you go to the lower part, you've got an open portion. That's what he used. And he does find himself 1-all after 2. So let's get into leg 3 to see where this game goes from here. After the cacophony of 4-0s yesterday, we've only had one of them so far today, which was Jamie beating Bradley Kirk 4-0. So I'm guessing we're not going to get 7 4-0s like we did yesterday.
140.
Keelan K did say after yesterday's exploits that it's a lot easier to play in this format when you have done it before.
100.
It's an alien environment for these players because they're used to having referees or markers next to the board in tournaments. Here it's just a room,
125.
a bit like the diary room in Big Brother, you could say, without the chair and with a dartboard in it. No windows, COVID secure, temperature regulated, and of course the only other thing they can hear apart from themselves is the remote referee, if indeed required.
41.
Jamie's just got to get a hold of his rhythm. Seems to have lost it a little bit in the last couple of legs. And this is what happened yesterday in game 3 for him. He won against Keelan K 4-1. Then he beat Martin Adams 4-0. And then in his next game against Shaun, he just seemed to fall off a little bit.
100.
It was a better visit. He's going to get a chance at the 95. And you may wonder where he's going to go for this.
32
A lot
left.
more people are going for the treble 19 now than the 25. They're backing themselves. Consider himself backed. Double 19.
57.
That must have been so close. I didn't want to speculate where that had gone, but it was just underneath the target. Shaun goes for double 8
Give him 2.
and finds double 8. He's finding lots of success against Jamie Lewis this week so far. He's taking advantage of playing him in the middle of the schedule, and it seems to be working for Shaun. He's got the staying power. Can Jamie Lewis find some resistance from here as we go into leg 4? One of the keys to the success of Jamie earlier on was his consistency. 8 legs won, 1 leg lost, and the majority of the time he was taking legs on average between 15 and 16 darts. Very strong stuff.
125.
In this game he has gone down in his average by around 12 to 13 points. So he needs to figure out what's going wrong.
180.
He seems to have figured it out. That's his second 180 of the match.
$58.
Definitely in control of leg number 4.
57.
Seems like an eternity ago that Jamie Lewis was gracing that semi-final of the World Championship, where he lost to Phil Taylor. And Jamie Lewis, of course, is the
134.
answer to a very good pub quiz question. Jamie was the last person that Phil Taylor beat in a World Championship. 140 to lead double 12. Oh, and he's Robin Hooded it. He had no points for that, not in this game. Don't forget as well that there is a TV show in the United Kingdom which I believe will air in the next few weeks, which is Rekindling Bullseye for
94.
one night only. $79 left with 2 darts. This is a really big shot, because Shaun McDonald is looking at 90. 3 darts in hand guaranteed for a 3-1 lead
44.
to really have the wood on Jamie Lewis this week. Guarantee the single. Does so really well for the bull.
65.
Not quite on the centre. As my colleague Chris Murphy would say, on the green but not in the hole. Double 10.
20.
Those misses with 40 left are giving Shaun McDonald lots of hope that he could potentially have another big win against Fireball here. Double 4.
Give him 3.
Yes, it's happening for Shaun McDonald. It's not happening for Jamie Lewis. And this is a really good result so far for everybody chasing Jamie down. That's an excellent result for Shaun, because he is part of the chasing pack. Can he finish this off 4 legs to 1? That is the question right now. With Shaun on 8 points and looking to win this one convincingly,
180.
he will bring a lot of people into the mix. That 180 at the start of this leg is making things very, very difficult for Jamie.
100.
A win in this match for Shaun McDonald, and he will be on 10 points and a leg difference of +8. And he would be only 2 legs behind Jamie at the top of the table.
140.
It would change the leg difference dynamic. It would change the possibility of Jamie getting that 4-point gap on everybody else. It's a huge game.
100.
This is possibly the best leg that Shaun's played all day, scoring wise.
41.
Did not want that 1 at the end. You've got to hit the 1 at some point, but he didn't want to hit it then.
81.
You can almost feel the frustration of Jamie Lewis, who seems to have had the same thing happen today that happened yesterday. Just seems to have got a bit flat in game number 3 of the day.
45.
And he will have a bit of a break after this one of 3 matches to try and figure it out, if he loses it, of course. He will have that 3-game break regardless, but
100.
the thought processes will be vastly different if he can somehow find a win from here. 70 left with 2 darts and a bullseye which is covered. This would be some shot to finish the match.
30 left.
Just a bit too much purchase on that one. Jamie needs the Shanghai to stay alive. Tops. I was not far away. The likelihood is that dart was in if it wasn't for the blocker. Double 15 for the Scot.
Game in 1.
And it is game in 1 for the Scot, who wins 4 legs to 1 after beating Jamie Lewis 4-0 yesterday. He seems to have the measure of fireball, and the man from Scotland is now in 2nd place in the weekly table. Everything is starting to get a bit more tightly compact. Bradley Kirk will return to the board now as he takes on Matt Dennant, who is looking to get himself back on track after a somewhat edgy start today. Game number 8 of the day, and Matt Dennant returns to the Oki for his 3rd game of his campaign for Tuesday. He will play 2 of the next 3 games. This one against Bradley Kirk, 26-year-old from Southampton. And he will play Shaun McDonald in game number 10 after Martin Adams plays Keelan K in what could be a very interesting section of today's games, because things are starting to get very interesting at the top of the table. I get the feeling that with Bradley Kirk cast adrift at the bottom of the table,
It's Matt to throw first. Game on.
the position at the top of the table is anybody's right now, especially after Jamie Lewis has just suffered a 2nd defeat in 2 days to Shaun McDonald.
96.
I said that Matt had an edgy start to today. Well, he was dominated by Jamie Lewis in his 2nd match of the day, but he eked his way to a victory over Keelan K in match 1.
96.
The perfect way to respond would be a big victory here against Bradley, who almost spoiled the party for Wolfie in his last match. But is Bradley
140.
Kirk starting to find something in his game over the last couple of matches? He's starting to play a little bit better.
93.
Starting to look a little bit more chipper. Correctly going into the 19s on 265.
95.
A nice leave of 170 after 9. Tidy stuff.
55.
If he can inflict a defeat on Matt Dennant here, that will be a huge blow to Matt's chances for top spot.
121.
Because he's on 8 points. 2 points adrift of Shaun McDonald and Jamie Lewis right now. And he doesn't want to allow them to get too much distance. He needs to be within striking distance this time tomorrow. So he needs to keep winning. Double 16 for Bradley Kirk. And he is definitely starting to find something. He is massaging his inner Barry Bates and he's starting to fight and scrap. But that's a quality 15 dart leg there from Bradley. And he looks as good as he has done all week so far. Good for him. Break a throw as well. And Matt's probably thinking, why did you have to start getting your game together when you're playing me? You couldn't have waited. He did fear the worst a little bit earlier when Bradley was suffering his 5th 4-0 defeat in 6 matches against Jamie Lewis. But he has definitely found a little something against Martin Adams. A little bit of inspiration maybe.
84.
Just goes to show what spending 20 minutes or so with Martin Adams will do for you. That'll perk you up. You sense that Matt Dennant is not particularly pleased with where his game is at right now.
89.
Not in this exact moment. Yesterday, in this exact game, in the exact same spot as well, game 8, it was Dennant who won 4-0. But I think he's playing a very different Bradley Kirk 24 hours later. I think maybe Matt is smart enough to know that Bradley's playing a lot better today. And he may have to play with a bit more urgency than he had to yesterday. Double 16.
Left.
Bradley Kirk was 1 dart away from a 2-0 lead there. Another one of those would be handy. Double 12. Got to create the angle. It's not good because his darts are very flat.
Let's go.
The first one was right in the way and caused all sorts of problems. Double 16 for Matt. He's been really good down here. But not on this occasion. If you're going to miss low. Yes, that's very low. That one's too low. That one's very in. And Bradley Kirk is 2-0 up on Matt Dennant. You could say that this is a little bit of an upset, but the upward turn in Bradley's form, it's starting to show it a little bit here. And Matt Dennant's got problems at the start of this match. He's 2-0 down. In the daily table, as we take a small break from the weekly one, we have 3 players on 4 points.
60.
Jamie Lewis, Martin Adams and Shaun McDonald. Matt Dennant has 2 points after his game 1 win against Keelan. And Keelan and Bradley Kirk yet to score. So it hasn't been a successful day for Keelan as of yet. The man who led the standings after yesterday's play.
96.
If you are tuning in via your preferred bookmaker site and are having a bit of a flutter, please gamble responsibly. It is only aged 18 plus, and begambleaware.org for more information. If you're having a flutter and it stops being fun, just stop. Take a time out.
134.
That's the advice. No timeouts in darts, though. Sometimes we wish there were. Imagine having a timeout in darts, and you can take it whenever you want. There's a concept for you.
98.
Put a big red button on the stage or in the playing room. And when you hit the button, you get a timeout, and the player that you're up against can't throw anymore. That would cause all sorts of problems. Well, Matt Dennant's got lots of problems with Bradley right here. Just misses the shot for tops.
57.
And this is a tricky ask. 16 for the bull. Double 9.
73.
And that is none from 3 on the doubles. Bradley, before this was 2 from 9, but now it's 3 from 10. 30% on the doubles. And he is 75% of the way to victory, because one more leg and Bradley Kirk can flip things around from yesterday. After all those 4-0 defeats, he could win this 4-0. Matt Dennant has got every right to feel a little bit like, what's going on here?
134.
85 average for Bradley Kirk. One of the best performances he's put in so far. And he starts with a 1-3-4. This is really, really damaging Matt Dennant's day and week. But as we saw from Jamie Lewis yesterday, you can have a 4-0 defeat and respond. It's not the end of the world. Not the end of the group.
40.
It just doesn't make you feel good when you get nilled. From my own personal experience playing Michael van Gerwen in Perth once. I was first to 8, and we had to take a break after 5 legs. I was 5-0 down, and I thought, you're not beating me 8-0, even though he was averaging 131. I ended up winning the next 3 legs, and then he beat me 8-3. So it was more respectable at the end of the day.
26.
That was not what Bradley wanted on approach if he couldn't take the 1-3-4. But the destiny of this match is still in his hands.
41.
And the scholar may have to play janitor and sweep this one under the carpet if Bradley hits it. Well, the treble 18's covered, so why not go for 60 double 15?
78.
And a match dart's been missed for 4-0. Got to find a big treble. Has double 16. Maybe that is the story of this game. 4 shots at a double, no hits.
Okay.
And Bradley Kirk has got his first win of the week, and he has won it by 4 legs to 0. What a strange, strange game this is sometimes. I tell you what though, Bradley Kirk deserves a lot of plaudits for the way he has stuck to his task over the last couple of games, and he's got his first win of the week, damaging Dennant's chances. Going into the next, it is Wolfie against Keelan K, and speaking of dented chances, Keelan K needs to get off the mark here. Welcome back. After that very brief break, we'll go into this All-England clash between the former England captain, Martin Adams, and the former England representative at youth level, Keelan Kay. Differing fortunes today for Keelan. This time yesterday, Keelan was flying. He was feeling really good about his game. But coming into match number 9 of today's campaign, Keelan's got a very different task ahead of him. He has not won his first 2 games of the day.
What of us, Colin?
In one of them, he had multiple match darts. Added to that, he has missed a few singles as well. So maybe not feeling as assured as he did this time yesterday, which is puzzling really, considering he should feel full of confidence after yesterday's 4 wins from 5. But if he doesn't win here, all of a sudden, he's going to be looking up in the weekly table at 3 people.
100.
Jamie Lewis on 10 points, Shaun McDonald on 10 points, and the other one would be the person who's playing here. He will be left on 8 points with Matt Dennant. And it has been a role reversal today because Matt and Keelan were the best 2 players yesterday, but they have been caught by the chasing pack.
100. 60.
Steady stuff from Martin. Steady tons, as they say. Or as I like to call it, tunning down. Because you never see the 5-ton game anymore, do you?
80.
I remember doing that in a county game against Lincolnshire when I was about 20 years old. Possibly 21. I finished the match
97.
with 4 tons and a 101 checkout. I'll never forget that as long as I live. Single 11. For the bull. If you're going 11, you might as well go bull. He's feeling a bit frisky there because
73.
yesterday when his opponent was on something similar, he went treble 15 for double 8. So maybe he just fancied that shot right there.
99.
Well, which double does he fancy? Tops or 16s? Well, definitely 16s. Look at the guide. Stick one in the middle.
Game in 3.
Oh, and there it is. Right in the avocado crush, in the green. Beautiful shot from Martin Adams. 18 darter, holds throat. And he is causing more problems for Keelan Kay and his day 2 in Group A. Into leg 2 now. Well, how will this match progress?
$58.
Many thanks to the people getting in touch on social media, enjoying the coverage of the Online Darts Live League. I hope you are enjoying the age gap between these 2 players, for example, which is 45 years. It's a beautiful thing about this game. The legends against the upstarts, you could say. When Keelan was born, Martin Adams had already won a stack of titles. You can grow up idolising someone on TV as a kid or a teenager, and then you could be thrust into a match against them in front of the cameras, and it does feel a bit strange at first.
100.
And then you realise, oh, I'm actually quite good at this game. I should beat him or beat her. remember feeling that way against Dennis Priestley.
97.
When the surreal becomes the reality, you have to be ruthless. And Martin Adams, so far in this match, is being very ruthless.
137.
That's the ideal approach from 161 if you're not going to hit it. And it's a very steady 93 average so far for Martin against a struggling Keelan K. Those heavy 25-gram darts are not finding their target as often as they were earlier in the day.
Game in 1.
But Martin Adams has just found himself a 13 darter to swell his average towards the 100 mark. He's 2-0 up in no time at all, and a somewhat merciless approach to this. He can't afford to let anyone back in like he did with Bradley Kirk, and if he doesn't, he's going to be towards the top of the table. He was 2-0 up, throwing at double 12.
85.
Somewhat unassailable 3-0 lead against Bradley. The next thing you know, Bradley's 3-2 up in legs. Martin will have felt really dizzy.
39.
But after watching Bradley Kirk win his last game, 4-0 with an 87 average, the recovery of Adams from 3-2 down to win 4-3 is looking particularly impressive now.
125.
A lot of people showing love for the way that Martin calls his scores. If he wasn't such a great player, I'm sure he would have been a fantastic referee. I had the pleasure of working with Martin at the last BDO World Championship at Lakeside, working for the broadcaster, spending time with Martin backstage and being on the stage with himself and Nat Coombs and Tony O'Shea and those guys. It was an absolutely brilliant week.
46.
I think the highlight of that week, aside from Martin getting his 25th World Championship plaque, was watching Mikuru Suzuki that week.
60.
I guess she still is the Women's World Champion. She's had the trophy now for
40.
something like 18 months. Martin Adams has had the lead throughout this game and is looking to extend it with the biggest checkout of the week.
Game in 3.
And that's exactly what he does. Phil Taylor hit a 1-3-1 just like that on double 16 to win a World Championship 11 years ago. And Martin Adams has just hit it to get 3-0 up. So can he finish the job this time from 3-0 up? We're about to find out. And Keelan has really struggled in this game. His average is not good. After averaging 90 for the day yesterday, he is somewhat well below that in this match. And yes,
100.
you've got Martin Adams on 98 and playing well and 60% on doubles, but when your performance is
7.
well behind that, you have to think, what's gone wrong?
$140.
That's better from Keelan. That's a much better visit. But the way that Martin has played in this match, you feel it may be too little too late.
83.
Even with that treble one, he's got a 1.5 dart lead,
96.
and he's got, you'd feel, 6 darts from 178. But then again, James Wade thought he had a shot at 80 for the win last night against Gary Anderson, and Anderson hit the 156.
140.
This 156 has got to go. And it's not going to. So knowing Martin as I do,
44.
there's going to be no splitting here. It'll be straight for double 19 for the win. Little shimmy to the left. Now he's got to go through the posts. Oh, he gets it through the posts. But he doesn't quite deliver it deep enough. That treble 1 is a nightmare because it leaves him 109. He can't finish 109 in 2 darts.
76.
Yesterday, Keelan K got a 4-3 win against Martin Adams, but the rules will be reversed, and they are at double 19 as I get my words tangled up. But Martin Adams has definitely not been tangled on this one because he has won 4-0 and done his weekly chances the world of good, and his daily chances because that is his 3rd win from 3. As we go into game number 10, it's Matt Dennant who really needs to get back on the winning train against Shaun McDonald, who's at the top of the table with all the other boys on 10 points. No time like the present to get into game 10 then. Matt Dennant is back. Shaun McDonald is back. After 2 consecutive 4-0 wins. One for Bradley Kirk against Matt. And one for Martin Adams there with the performance of the day so far. Averaging just shy of 97 and 45% on doubles. The daily table is now starting to take shape. Martin Adams has gone to 6 points and has a leg difference of +6. He's closely followed by Shaun McDonald on 4 points and +3. Jamie Lewis on 4 points and +4. But it's the weekly table that's starting to really tantalise. Jamie Lewis, McDonald and Wolfie all at the top, or towards the top of the daily table, are now towards the top of the weekly table. And the games are starting to become way more important for the likes of Keelan K and Matt Dennant. If Matt loses this match to Shaun,
133.
he will find a 4-point gap between himself and Shaun. So he's got to replicate what he did yesterday against McDonald.
180.
And that is a much better start from Matt, who really struggled against Bradley Kirk. And undoubtedly that 4-0 defeat will have hurt him.
Six then.
Nine.
Nice leave after 9. And Shaun's got to be really shrewd here. 18's first. Now 2 treble 20s to leave 170.
$83.
2 out of 3 ain't bad as they say. But it's advantage Dennant.
52.
That's not too bad considering the position that Shaun is in. Yesterday it was a 4-2 win for Matt. And boy would he take that right now. If he replicates it, we will have 4 players on 10 points in the weekly table. And Group A will be wide open.
58.
So, if you haven't got a favourite for this group, you might want Matt Dennant to win this match. Just to make things a bit more indecisive in the race for the end of tomorrow's session. 167, exactly 1/3 of a 501 leg. You want to impress your maths teacher. 167 times 3 is 501.
60.
Double 16 for Dennant.
1.
And he finds the first leg, which snaps a bit of a streak for him. He lost 4 consecutive legs against Bradley Kirk, but the bounce back ability of Matt Dennant has to be admired because he seems to have taken the frustration of that and moved on. Group format is a little bit different to the usual tournaments that these players will play. I would say 95% of the time they'll play knockout tournaments, so when you're defeated, you go home. Not so in this format. You lose 4-0, then 2 games later you get another crack to get 2 more points. It's about accumulation. It's a bit like the Eurovision Song Contest, this really. You can get no points from France, and then 2 rounds later you get maximum points from Sweden. You just got to move on.
97.
Keep rolling with the punches. Or rolling with the throws, as we say it. A lot of the time when Shaun McDonald has played this week, his average has been in the mid-80s. Yesterday it was an 83 for the day. I feel like he has played a little bit better today. A little bit more solid.
60.
Particularly in this leg where he has a 120 point lead. And after this game we will have concluded 2/3 of the action for today.
140.
And we will be back tomorrow for the same time, same group, to finish Group A. But don't forget, we have double sessions on Thursday and on Friday, and the finals on Saturday night via the Online Darts Live League YouTube channel. Double 12.
Given 2.
Double 6 is right in the corner, but it does equalise the score at 1-1 in this key match where we might have 4 players on 10 points in the Group A table. That's entirely up to Matt Dennant and what he does next. Can he get the lead back? Perfect start. And nice bit of respect paid there by Shaun McDonald, saying nice darts. If you think it's hard work being a dart player, you'd be right.
81.
It's mentally taxing. You've got to put in a lot of hours and a lot of commitment to get to this level and to the levels above. But it's not just hard on the players. It's hard on the families. It's hard on friends, partners. I feel particularly sorry for the partners because they have to put up with us.
100.
The amount that professional sports people have to sacrifice for the time that they need to be great. It's something that I've gone through. And you have to sacrifice time with people you care about for the things that you want. Right now, Shaun McDonald is not sacrificing anything in this visit. Beautifully crafted maximum to get himself back in leg 3. Really well thought out there from Matt Dennant, who found that treble 20 and didn't have to do his sums for very long. Another one of those would have left double 10, and he was going for the 320 point conversion in 6, which would have been some attempt.
1, 6.
Double 16 for Matt again.
2.
Finds double 8, a 14 darter for Matt Dennant. He does get the lead back at 2-1. You can tell that there's a bit more intensity and a bit more snap in his throat for this game after losing 4-0 to Bradley Kirk, and he has the lead back at 2-1.
$100.
Talking to Shaun McDonald earlier, he wanted me to remind my fellow commentary colleague Chris Mason that he actually beat Chris Mason once at an event in Holland. So sorry about that, Chris, but I didn't know about it until this morning.
96.
So you can blame Shaun for that. I believe that was something in the region of 14 years ago.
So,
He also wanted me to remind Andy Jenkins that he beat Andy at the Scottish Open as well. Something like 10, 11 years ago.
58.
So sorry about that, Andy. Because I know Andy's watching. Andy's always watching.
140.
Matt Dennant is watching right now because he's doing a very, very good job here. From a stats perspective, this has been a very good match. Both over 50% on their doubles. Both averaging over 97.
96.
And both maybe at their prime time of day to play their best darts. No shot of the bullseye.
85.
He gets the next best thing. He has backed Shaun McDonald into the corner. .74 left. You would assume that both of these guys will be really good at their maths, because one's called a scholar and the other one's a chartered accountant.
1.
Double 18, and the doubles prowess gets even better for Matt Dennant. He is now 3 from 4, so 75% on doubles. That wasn't good enough yesterday to beat Keelan K. Can he beat Shaun McDonald from this position? It's looking good. Some of the games that Shaun has won this week, he's not averaged anywhere close to the 98 he's got right here. And he's not doubled anywhere close to 50% in some of them. But that's what he's got in this game, and it's not good enough. What a turnaround from Dennant this has been from the last match.
96.
Matt averaged 81 in losing to Bradley Kirk. But whatever he's done between then and now, it has worked.
180.
He's knocking on the door of 100 average. just what the doctor ordered to make this Group A table look about as tight as Simon Whitlock's wallet.
69.
That's a bit of a private joke between me and Simon. It's not a dig.
45.
You do hear many a story on the tour when you've spent as much time on it as I have.
100.
Who's the tightest with money? Who's the biggest spender? Who swears the most? All those kinds of things.
Yeah.
Things that I usually keep to myself. I might tell you a few stories as the week progresses, especially when we go after 9 o'clock at night in the UK, for instance. But Matt Dennant is looking for 1, 2, 3 to finish the job. 66 away. Double 9 for 3 dips in the green. Whoa, Matt Dennant, what a performance. Let's just look at those statistics, because that, for me, is 80% on doubles. Really, really fine performance. And we just said that Martin Adams winning 4-0 against Keelan K was the best performance of the day. Well, it's just been gazumped by Matt Dennant. The scholar ticks the box, and he is firmly back in the race. Going into game 11 is Jamie Lewis and Martin Adams, one of the best fixtures we've got for you all day long. After the world's shortest break between games, let's get straight into it. As we teleport these players into the playing area. I assure you they are real, they're not holograms. England versus Wales, and it will be the 2 most well-known players from this field of players going toe-to-toe right now. And it's very, very interesting, I have to say. Whoever wins it will go top of the table in Group A on 12 points and be the first player to reach 12 points. Things are getting super interesting. Martin Adams has not lost a match today, and you feel he needed to do something like that to get back in the race for Group A, because only 4 points yesterday was his worst effort in the 7 days that he played in the Online Darts Live League. And as for Jamie, same story as yesterday really. Started well. Started very well. 2 wins at the cost of only 1 leg. But then lost to Shaun McDonald for the 2nd day in a row. So now he has to get back on the horse.
45.
Otherwise, Wolfie, for the very first time, will be top of the Group A table.
$100.
And what they've got to do is utilise the 2 games that they have left as well. Martin Adams has this game and 1 against Dennant, which again is key because he's on the same points as Dennant now.
96.
Jamie Lewis has got this and a game against Keelan K. He can win both of those and finish on 14 points after 2 days.
100.
That's a superb effort. Same goes for Martin. But win one and lose one and be on 12, firmly in the race for tomorrow.
180.
Adams gets himself back into leg one with a maximum. And we're starting to see some proper darts from these players now. Bullseye. Fancied it.
47 left.
And he's getting no disrespect from Martin for going for it when he's not on a finish. This is a spectator sport after all. People want to see things like 161s. Saw one from Barry Bates a couple of weeks ago. We'll see a 14 darter from Jamie. Yes, we will see a 15 darter. That's a really brilliant start from Jamie Lewis, considering he had a real lull in his previous game. He has come into this one with a purpose. Can he keep it going to deny the perfect day for Martin Adams?
$85.
That is a 5th consecutive leg against Martin this week. Just imagine what your confidence will be feeling like when you've won 5 consecutive legs against Martin Adams. I think it's fair to say that maybe Jamie caught Martin a tiny bit cold yesterday. He's got him in a very different spot today, playing him in match 10. Sorry, match 11. I'm getting behind myself. Well, Jamie seems to be in the same sort of fettle. His first maximum.
$100.
Get another one, and he's in charge of leg 2. You wouldn't put it past him. He has had 3 9 darters in his career.
66.
Every 9 darter has been in a Players' Championship event. 2 of them have come at the Metrodome in Barnsley. And the other one at the City West in Dublin.
60.
One of the most famous darts venues on the calendar. Hit them against Adam Hunt, John Part and Ian Moss. Imagine hitting a 9 darter against John Part. Imagine what John would say to you after that. Hey, good darts, bud. But unfortunately, Jamie, they were not good darts. You got yourself 159.
$94.
Spectacular last dart that was from Wolfie. Not really sure how he found that 60 from that angle. Great shot. There's no guarantee that Martin's going to take the 41, so Jamie's got to be smart here.
40.
Unfortunately, the idea was right, but the execution wasn't. Double 16 to level things up.
Game in 3.
Oh, a very nice little caress off the flight. I don't know whether you saw that, but the flights that Martin uses do rotate like that. And the flight rotated as it just glided past it. There's a nice caress to equalise things at 1-1 in this best of 7 match. So we go into leg 3.
$60.
There was a lot made a couple of weeks ago about Colin Monk when he was playing in Group C and how he doesn't open his mouth anymore when he throws darts. I think the same can be said for Jamie Lewis.
180.
Third 180 of the match there. Second for Martin. Is Wolfie making his move?
60.
Not only got the most points today, Martin, but the best leg difference. +6 for him. +4 for Jamie, but Jamie's 2 points behind him.
100.
Today is all about putting yourself in position to strike tomorrow. We know that Bradley Kirk is not going to be in contention, but if Keelan K can get himself 2 wins from his last 2 games, he will be in contention. Even one more win will keep him in the hunt.
60.
But everybody else is going to be in the hunt. I suggest you don't miss tomorrow. It could be quite exciting.
97.
6 darts from here for a valuable break of throw. 19's now.
81.
And that's okay. You prefer not to hit that small 2, but just fix it by hitting 80 next time. And I think that little scratch of the beard and the fixing of the glasses from Martin, as if to say it, it's not what I required, but I'll roll with it. Up 1 more step. Up about 3 more steps.
60.
1 step too little. This would hurt, Wolfie, it really would. Double 12. Absolutely terrific. That was the finish we saw from Keelan K yesterday to finish the day, but that just palms Wolfie off. He had that leg in the palm of his hand, but that ton plus checkout from Jamie Lewis does change things, and he manages to keep the throw. I haven't seen a great deal of ton plus checkouts this week. I believe the biggest one we've seen so far was from Martin of a 126. 2 weeks ago we had a state of play where the bottom placed player in Group A
100.
was the most prolific ton plus checkout hitter in Barry Bates. He had a 140, a 160, a 161.
59.
By the Saturday, he had 8 ton plus checkouts, and the next best person had 3. That's why the statistics sometimes are very misleading.
85.
180.
Another maximum for Wolfie. He just sensed it was coming. And that is his 3rd of this match. He managed to see that Rob Cross game last night with Jose de Souza.
140.
They had 12 legs and they had 10 180s. And Rob Cross got 6 of them. I don't think there would have been many people backing Rob Cross to have most 180s against de Souza.
100.
But of these 2 people, I'd say that maybe Jamie Lewis has got the proclivity for more 180s. Not in this match, because Martin Adams is winning that stat.
100.
He's not winning the match, but he could be level after these 3. Going for the bullseye there is the smaller target.
62.
Maybe he's relying now on Jamie missing the 76. This is such a big shot. Double top for a 3-1 lead.
56.
Martin does get the second chance to win the leg. Double 10.
30.
Chance missed. And Jamie Lewis will be drooling at the prospect of double 10 now. But he makes the same mistake. admittedly, on one different bed. And Adams is very lucky to get this try.
Game in
And he
one.
doesn't make the error, as this
Thank you.
highlight of a match for today's group is drawn level at 2-2. We've had quite a lot of stomping from people lately on their opponents' throats, but this one is a bit more cagey. It's level after 4 as we go into leg 5. Yes, the last 4 matches have been 4-1, 4-0, 4-0 and 4-1.
180.
This one is nothing of the sort, as we have our 5th maximum of the match. I don't think we've had another match
100.
today or yesterday that included 5 maximums. And we've got plenty of legs to go, potentially 3 of them. So if you've had a wager on the amount of 180s in this match, you might be sitting pretty. I wouldn't back against there being more. But still, 5 180s in a 7, well, best of 7 leg match. That's fairly heavyweight.
85.
The lead is 123. And Martin, with only half a bed to aim at, gets a 140.
140.
Oh, masterful. They are the visits I really admire. I might not agree with going for the 60 with the second and third dart, but boy oh boy, the accuracy, so pristine.
$99.
What an interesting couple of scores we have here. 78 to get the lead back. Tops from the angle. Got to throw this hard.
58.
The pace he threw that one out was probably in tops from the middle of the ocky. But of course, if you go left or right, you're throwing from further away. Because the ocky is straight, it's not curved. 1 dart for a break of throw
Game in
and the
2.
lead. It's exactly what Martin Adams gets. Is the tide starting to turn? I think it may have turned already. Wolfie definitely in the pack for this Group A win, but he is 1 leg away from beating Jamie Lewis after losing to him yesterday. Just to give you an insight into how dart players think, I remember
45.
a 6-0 loss to Mark Hilton in Gladbeck in Germany a few seasons ago. And I was playing really well at the time, and I thought,
60.
that will never happen again. And it just stuck in my brain. I thought, the next time I meet you, my only goal is to beat you 6-0. And it took maybe a year before I played him again. And as soon as I saw our names on the fixture sheet, I said, I'm going to beat you 6-0 today. And I did. So the mentality of a dart player can be very, very strong. Today, you get the
85.
feeling that Adams remembers losing to Jamie Lewis 4-0 yesterday, and he does not want to lose this one. And with that 140 in the bank and a 180 lead, it's unlikely he will lose. When Jamie was taking out the 101 in leg 3, you just got the feeling he was needing bits of genius like that to stay in the match, because Wolfie has been so consistent throughout.
140.
And there's another 140, second in a row to leave double 18. And the writing is possibly on the wall for Jamie, who has not played poorly in this match by any means. He's had 2 180s. a 101 checkout. But this is to finish the job. Had some trouble on double 9 earlier.
Game in.
Not this time. It's a 15 darter.
Cheers, Simon.
And it is a hold of throw to finish the match 4 legs to 2. Martin Adams, for the very first time this week in Group A, is at the top of the table. Now it's up to everybody to catch him. First up on the block, we have Keelan K and Bradley Kirk, who can't catch him yet, but they have to try and get closer, especially Keelan K, who hasn't got a win today yet. Game number 12, and it is a bit of a break from the race for the top spot, as Wolfie has taken that for himself, currently on 12 points, and he is firmly in the mix for tomorrow now. Bradley Kirk will be feeling so much better about his day. Yesterday he was...
It's Brett throwing first.
I could say the word pointless, but I think that's a bit harsh. He finished the day with no points. That's a better way of putting it. But today, that is not the case.
85.
He put up a really spirited fight against Martin Adams earlier. He was 2-0 down,
57.
was winning 3-2, eventually lost 4-3, but got a lot of confidence from that game because after that, he beat Matt Dennant 4 legs to 0. And that's the last we saw of him.
100.
But in the final 4 games of the day, Bradley will play twice. This one against Keelan. And then he will play Shaun McDonald in game number 14. So he could finish the day on 6 points. Consequently, of course, that would be 6 points for
66.
Group A as well. But the biggest matter on show in this game is the fact that yesterday's best player, Keelan K, has not won a game today yet. And he's starting to lose ground on the leading pack. But if he wins against Bradley here,
100.
he'll be back in it. He will equalise the points total of Dennant, Jamie Lewis and Shaun McDonald and still be in with a chance of winning the group tomorrow. He can't afford to lose both of this game and his game against Jamie Lewis at the end. He has to win at least one of them.
114.
But 150 for Bradley Kirk has just been missed on double 18. And he is a drastically different player today. Even a drastically different player to earlier on today. Double 18. That's a blocker. Double 9.
18.
Where do you go on this 115? Logistically, you've got to go 60 first. And the 15. And the tops.
95.
That one was dragged way low. Just a little lack of confidence maybe on the doubles. Now where does he go here? The way his darts sit, he might want to go top of the bed or even split it.
Oh, Christ. No score.
He's bust the whole thing, hitting the 18, going for the double 4. I think he did the right thing in splitting it because he couldn't see the bed.
In 1.
And Keelan K takes advantage of those misses from Bradley Kirk. Now, they had a very good game yesterday. It was 4 legs to 3 to Keelan, and he played really, really good stuff. Can he continue in this one? Sometimes you've got to be lucky as well as good.
96.
And he was lucky to get those chances, was Keelan.
$80. $24.
It's hard to pick out the performance of the day so far. But maybe it's Matt Dennant against Shaun McDonald, where he averaged 98.7
$140.
and had 80% on doubles. It's very reminiscent of what Keelan did to Matt last night in game 15.
58.
Seems like a long time ago since Keelan did have that performance in match 15 yesterday.
41.
Next game could be really interesting. Wolfie against Dennant. And regardless of what happens in this match, if Wolfie wins the next match, he will create the first 4-point gap at the top of the table.
81.
And he's done so from 5th position this morning. Quite astonishing.
58.
The only person that was below Martin Adams this morning when we started play was this guy right here. So the response from Wolfie has been
61.
absolutely sublime. It's been a real problem with the scoring of Keelan K in the last couple of matches.
81.
His range on the treble 20 has been lost. Double 19.
Game in 2.
And that is as good a 98 checkout as you will ever see. And 98 checkouts don't really suit people who have the darts standing up. But when they're lying down the way Bradley's do, I think it's a checkout you really do relish. And he's just taken that second leg for 1-1. I still think his nickname is way harsh. Gollum,
58.
apparently. I know there are some mythical nicknames in darts.
41.
Being named after one of those Lord of the Rings characters, I think that's a bit harsh. By all means,
100.
feel free to get in touch with me and let me know what your favourite darts nickname is. And mine has always been Frosty the Throwman. I think that's pretty much everybody's favourite. It's one of the most creative. That is, of course, Mark Frost of Staffordshire.
96.
Not the kind of person you want to run into a dark alley, because he's about 8 foot tall.
46.
At least it feels like he's 8 foot tall every time you stand next to him. Very handy player. There's a lot of nickname tennis going on right now as well between certain players. You look like Louis Williams of Wales is called the Prince of Wales, which also belongs to Richie Burnett.
134.
I think the best nickname currently is Dom the Tower Taylor, which is a play on Phil Taylor. I really, really like that. And it's very apt as well because
90.
Dom is very tall. Is Bradley Kirk about to go 2-1 ahead?
38.
it's conceivable he could be 3-0 up. Because he did let the first leg slip. Double 18.
18
Double
left.
9 is missed as well. And that is the cluster of doubles that he missed for leg 1. Will that be a good sign for Keelan? I will address the constant 5 hitting of Keelan K in the next leg. I think it does need to be talked about in detail. At this time, it's 1 dart for Bradley Kirk at double 9. It's a 2-1 lead. And he's a completely different player in the second half of play today than he was earlier and especially yesterday. He's got his act together. And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to bat against him getting the win here from 2-1 up, that's for sure.
One, three, four.
Great visit from Keelan to start this leg. He needs to start pounding the inner ring. Needs to stop drifting into the 5s and the 7s.
93.
Now, I purposefully didn't watch a lot of Keelan playing between last year's live league and this one
93.
because I wanted to see if that constant lateral drift to the 5 had disappeared. Well, it hasn't. It's still there. So whether it's something to do with the weight of his darts or whether it's something technical, I think maybe it needs to be addressed sooner rather than later before it just becomes part of his game that he has to accept. You know what they say about insanity? It's
137.
doing something repeatedly the same way and expecting different results. If you have a flaw,
1, 2, 3.
fix it by doing something different. Well, he's fixing this match with good scoring in this leg. Leading 55 after 12.
84.
Double top for a very tidy leg.
35.
And if Bradley Kirk hits this 130 out for the biggest finish of the group, it could be curtains for Kate.
78.
This time yesterday, I would have said this is leg over. Well, I'd be right, because it is 2-2. And this game seems to be going the same way as yesterday's. It was 4-3 to Keelan K yesterday, and we could be going to a 7th-leg thriller once more. Will we? Let's find out. We will find out over the next couple of legs. But looking at the leg difference scenario of Keelan K, it doesn't make for good reading.
60.
Today it's -6. Overall it's -2. So you'd think you'd want to win this 4-2.
137.
Not just because you want to win it in as least legs as possible, but it would get his leg difference back to square, which would put him in striking distance of Matt Dennant
57.
and Shaun McDonald. Keelan, of course, who is a modern amateur darts current super regional champion.
45.
He's the England Knights champion from the southwest. Sure, it won't be too long before he has to defend that title. There will be defences all over the place in the coming month.
$60.
Six starts from 251. Very possible if you can get a big score here. trying to gauge what kind of mood Keelan K is by the speed he retrieves his darts.
136.
You tend to find that players retrieve quicker when they've had a good score. 71 left.
93.
And that's decent. 6 good darts from Keelan K have given him 58 left.
$59.
And this is the kind of shot that he was gobbling up yesterday. He was so good on tops. Well, it's double 2. The pitfall of hitting that treble 18. He's now in the madhouse. And he's gone all the way back to 58. Because you can't be left on 1. Double 12.
Oh, that's not in.
Oh, and that one has obviously
69.
come out too quick, out of rhythm. And that might be a dart that just haunts Bradley Kirk for the rest of the day. This time he gets the single 18, and is he thinking about this too much?
38.
Potentially. They're both averaging in the mid to high 70s. Bradley Kirk can have the lead if he gets double 6. Too much of a
9.
collision on that first marker, and it bounces into the single. No mistake on the double 10, and Keelan K rediscovers the lead at 3-2. Now we can ask the question, are we going to leg 7 for the second day in a row? But Keelan K does not want to do that. If he wants to get his leg difference level, he has to win this leg.
$57.
What does Bradley Kirk have left? Plenty, you would hope, because he does have to play one more after this. Regardless of what happens from here, it has been a better day for him. I don't think he has been lurching forward while throwing as much as he did yesterday. Maybe he just needed a bit of time to settle into competitive action for the first time in quite a long time. I hasten to say, I really, really hope it's not the early stage of dartitis. I'd hate that to happen to anybody. But sometimes when you see the dart sticking in the hand, you do think the worst. I've never suffered with it myself. Touch wood. And I don't like to say it for anybody who likes to play darts. It's very debilitating.
54.
I once knew a guy in Northumberland called Paul Smith who suffered from dartitis. Absolutely brilliant dart player. Should have played for England. When he got dartitis, I was heartbroken for him. But in the early stages of him having it, he was still averaging 35 at Super League.
134.
Paul Smith is one of the guys in Northumberland that were instrumental in bringing Gary Anderson into the game and Gary Robson. So it just goes to show what he knows about the game of darts.
42.
Only 42, and Bradley Kirk is definitely still in this match.
42.
It wouldn't surprise me if we saw a little bit of brilliance at the end. It's been a scrappy match. But we're not going to get the 136. 121 left with 2.
$77.
Great last dart. Gets him under 60, which is very manageable if Bradley has trouble. Good lie for the 54. Just over pitches it. This is what you want at the start of every match. Just one chance. That's all it takes. One chance for 2 points. But to get your first 2 points of the day, it can seem so difficult. Double top. You see how much he's thinking about it.
39.
That's the sign of a tight arm when it's delivered low. Double 16 to keep this one going. He's not happy with that shot. So he has a little think.
Game in 3.
And boy, was that the right thing to do. Bradley Kirk is not going to give up. Yes, he's at the bottom of the table, but he's trying to make things difficult for everybody else. I said he could play spoiler, and he's definitely doing that. Let's go into leg 7. As soon as he lost to Jamie Lewis today, 4-0, you knew he was not going to win the group. So, with that in mind, I said, why don't you go out there and spoil everybody else's opportunities? I'm sure the practice room is a friendly place to be. But the match board is not supposed to be friendly. Very unfriendly darts from Keelan K to start this leg. And yesterday, when he was 3-all with Matt Dennant in the final game of the day, he produced a 12 darter, his best leg of the day. Not just because of the amount of darts it took to do the 501,
137.
but the pressure he was under to do that.
$54.
He's not in a dominant position here because Bradley Kirk has the darts
59.
and he also has a slender advantage. Keelan's got to be really, really careful from this number. Well thought out, but he didn't get the treble he required to leave the finish for the match. And it's still advantage Bradley Kirk, who has 2 points today
100.
and is getting closer to 4. If Bradley wins this match and takes that 85 out, he will assure us that Keelan K will finish bottom of today's table after finishing top yesterday. To make that happen, he needs to find 83. Make that 32. And he has now missed a match dart. $110 is still possible. Double 18 to nick it. And multiple match darts have been the story of his day. It's happened again, and he could well lose to Bradley Kirk. And has 19 darter from Bradley Kirk after a mismatched dart from Keelan K. It means that Keelan K will finish bottom of the table, but he has to win his last match of the day in match 15 if he's going to stay in the race for the Group A title. Well, speaking of which, we're looking at Martin Adams and Matt Dennant, and they're definitely in the race for that honour. 2 players towards the top of the table. One of which, that man right there, is top of the table. 12 points in Group A. 8 for today. To add to his 4 from yesterday. His overall leg difference is +5. But that is not the big thing right now. If Martin wants to finish 2 days of Group A on 14 points, he has to win this match, and it will provide him with a perfect day. That will wrap up a perfect 5 wins from 5.
It's Martin throwing first.
But because
Game on.
everybody has got 1 game left now, 3 matches in total for your entertainment pleasure, games 13, 14 and 15, nobody can catch Martin Adams at the top of the daily table. His 8 points is too good.
134.
Points have been shared around with mostly everybody else. The only person not getting points today is Keelan K. 4 points for McDonald, 4 points for this man Dennant, 4 points for Bradley Kirk, and 4 points for Jamie Lewis. But the 8 points, possibly 10, too good for everybody. So if you've had a punt on Adams to win today's table, well done. You've picked a winner.
$140.
That's for being top of the table in Group A, going into day 3. Could well depend on this match here. A win of 4-2
60.
would give Matt Dennant the lead over Wolfie going into tomorrow. And when playing his final game yesterday, Dennant was excellent. And he was denied victory by Keelan K just because Keelan got rid of the last leg in 12. Bullseye.
25 left.
Not even a thought of laying up.
$58.
He has been playing some proper darts today, has Martin Adams. Double 8.
Game in 3.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. 5 visits to take care of the first leg. Matt Dennant will have the throw in the next leg, of course, but that's a strong start from Adams, who has been averaging in the low to mid 90s all the way through today. Just too strong for everybody. Wins today over Shaun McDonald by 4 legs to 3. That's the closest he's come to defeat, really. It was a strong last leg from Martin in that match. Then it was a 4-3 win over Bradley Kirk. Bit of a scare there. He was 3-2 down after being 2-0 up. But a bit more plain sailing in the last 2 matches.
Yeah.
A 4-0 win over Keelan K, where there was an average of 97. Excellent stuff from Wolfie. And then a 92.3 in a 4-2 win over Jamie Lewis. Very accomplished.
100.
I do wonder when I'm 64 years of age in 22 years' time if I'm going to be singing my scores like him,
2-1.
having a blast against the Young Bucks. I really do hope that Martin is playing in the World Seniors next January.
140.
Can you imagine the field, the possible field? We know that Bob Anderson's going to be there. We know that Phil Taylor's going to be there.
95.
We assume that Wolfie's going to be there. I mean, why wouldn't he be? But the possibilities, tantalising stuff. And whereas a lot of people have said that they're not keen on the idea, there's just as many people who are.
190.
And that's the first maximum of this match, to leave double 18.
139.
And even though Matt Dennant finds a 139 to leave double 14, it might be too late.
Game in 1.
Oh, it's just so good. So well timed. That maximum 180 at that time was so perfectly timed. And even though Matt got really close to that 167, it was not close enough. Averaging your flat 14 darters in this match so far, Martin, 107.36. Is he about to put in
85.
one of those assured performances to make sure that the Wolf is at the top of the hill going into day 3?
59.
Don't forget, tomorrow, same time, same places, your preferred bookmaker sites or the Online Darts YouTube channel. And I will bring you the final 15 matches of Group A. Before we go into Thursday, which is Group B, during the day, Group C at night, where some new players will join us. Amongst some of these players. I'm not entirely sure why Martin is staying on that 60 when there are open trebles around the board, but I feel like I'm repeating myself when I say use the board. But I'm not going to criticise the 3-time champion of the world. He knows better than me. He has done more than me. He knows his game better than anyone.
140.
And there he is, leaving 96 after 12. He could potentially keep the average of 107 going.
74.
Matt will be thinking that everybody plays their best game against him in their last game of the day. Just going to line up tops then.
56.
And has the luxury of another visit. And Martin has not allowed any foundation for Matt in this game, just because of how good he has been.
Game in
He's
1.
allowed him no rhythm, no time, no shots at double. He's allowed him absolutely nothing. Averaging 105 in this game, Martin Adams, 3-0 up and cruising. Maybe to a 4-0 win. I think the most unexpected win of the day
95.
came when Matt was defeated 4-0 to Bradley Kirk. That came out of nowhere. Could be on the cusp of another. So the scenario for Wolfie is this. Win this match. Perfect 10 points for the day. Leg difference of plus 12 for the day, potentially. He would get his overall leg difference for the group up to plus 9. And he would take some catching in this form.
100.
Oh, especially when he's hitting 180s. Second 180 of the match for Martin Adams. Maintaining that 100 plus average throughout.
$60.
Not getting himself down to 121 though. Can Matt find the big fish?
So,
This would be some way to finish your day. That is right in the heart. So is that. And that almost was in the bull
36.
to finish his day with a 12 darter. That would have been the best performance of the day by some way. But Matt Dennant has double 16. Oh, full credit to the scholar. He was having none of the bagel. And just when you think, you know what, it's not my day, he's going to win this game. No, Matt's having none of it. Really, really good checkout.
That won't get commented on much. Yeah, loads, I should think. Still, there you go.
A little bit of a mutter there from Martin Adams, who wastes one match dart, admittedly at the bullseye. But I love to see that from a player who just refuses to give up.
93.
Still very possible that he will lose this match from 3-1 down. But you don't know how important that leg could be.
140.
That leg could be the difference between playing
95.
in a game tomorrow afternoon to get the top spot himself, or that leg could be the difference between playing in Group B or Group C. We just don't know yet. Now, allow me to tell you, that is an amazing 140. I have no idea how he found that gap. That's just sheer darting brilliance.
Done.
As was that last dart. And he's not going to go quietly, Matt Dennant. This time Martin does switch. Correctly.
96.
The lead is 120. The lead remains intact. But it's finally poised with Martin's second available opportunity to win the match. Has he got the treble? He's also got the double. A fabulous performance from Martin Adams. Let's just check that average because it is around the 105 mark. The doubles around about half, about 4 from 7, I believe. Absolutely sublime stuff. He wins today, and he's also top of the table going into day 3. Can anybody catch him? Well, the chase starts now. Game number 14 of 15 in today's Group A play. And we are well underway. As now we have a definitive scenario for Shaun McDonald. He's playing the spoiler in Bradley Kirk, who has spoiled the chances of Keelan a little bit today. And also Matt Dennant by getting his first 2 wins of his Group A campaign. We're almost 2/3 of the way through the Group A campaign as a whole. And if Shaun McDonald wants to stay in touch with Wolfie, he's going to have to win this match. Because now, for the very first time, someone has a 4-point gap at the top of the table. Martin Adams on 14 points and +8 in leg difference. Next.
It's Shaun Shaun to throw
it is Shaun McDonald on 10 points and +5. Well, it's actually Jamie Lewis on +8 and 10 points with one match to go. But you get the feeling that maybe Jamie Lewis is going to win the last match based on current form. So if he does, Shaun's got to keep pace, not only with Wolfie, but also Jamie Lewis. Matt Dennant has finished the day in the group on 10 points and -1, so he still has a chance tomorrow. But there's a lot of people in with a shout.
100s.
Yesterday, Shaun McDonald won 4-0 against Bradley Kirk. And when I said the word yesterday there, I had a flashing of a Beatles song in my head. Everything did seem so far away yesterday. It's all about today, and it's been a very different day for Bradley Kirk.
180.
There he is in the maximum column. Causing all sorts of problems for people today after his first game, where he was beaten 4-0 by Jamie Lewis. Since then, he has been very, very different.
134.
And he has nicked the throw after 6 darts here. Is he about to cause problems for the Scot?
99.
Bradley didn't go to Q school. He didn't fancy it. Maybe he didn't think he was playing well enough. Based on yesterday's information, I would have agreed with him. But today, he showed a bit of tenacity, which, for me, is one of the best qualities in a dart player. Bullseye.
92.
Even when he's missing now, he's starting to miss by smaller margins. Treble 17 for tops. Can't miss treble 17 by
32 left.
a smaller margin than that. But Bradley Kirk, not for the first time today, is on double 15.
Game in
And
one.
he is in there. A definitely different Bradley Kirk, who gets a 13 darter here. Now he's starting to show us what he's made of. Maybe he's starting to settle down. If only he could start from scratch again and start his campaign from here. He might have had a chance, but he is the definitive spoiler. Break of throw, and Shaun McDonald, who probably doesn't know a great deal about Bradley Kirk,
180.
is thinking, this is a very different player to who I played yesterday. As far as the day is concerned, if Shaun McDonald wants to be in second position
97.
in today's table behind Wolfie, he has to win this match and hope that Jamie Lewis slips up against Keelan.
125.
3 players on 4 points currently for the day. One of them is Bradley Kirk. The other one is Jamie Lewis. The other is Shaun McDonald. So it's conceivable that potentially Bradley Kirk could be second in today's table. If he wins this match and Jamie Lewis loses the last one. What a turnaround. 150 advantage here.
58.
And playing some very decent stuff. Confidence is a very fickle thing, and when he went to bed last night, I'm sure Bradley was thinking,
100.
I'm not really sure what to expect today. No matter what happens from here, he'll feel so much better about his game. Treble 18 for double 12.
Frost.
140.
Well, if you're going to miss double 12 when your opponent is on 246, you're better off missing it high. Still a very tidy leg.
100.
Double 12 then. Not a great deal of pressure on this.
Game in
But
2.
he's found it anyway, and it's a 14 darter on top of the 13 darter that he came into the game with in leg 1, and he's only thrown 27. This is a very different Bradley Kirk to what we've seen previously, but it's very, very impressive as he takes a 2-0 lead. At no point did I expect to see Bradley Kirk averaging 111, but that's what's happening. Shaun is averaging 91 and hasn't had a shot at a double.
174.
There's a 174. Do I do it? Shall I do it? Well, he's Scottish. Of course I've got to do it. 174.
42.
If you don't know the story behind that, you don't know darts. Of course, the best 174 shouter in the world is a fellow Scotsman, Anthony Dundas.
97.
And I'm sure watching on, he will have loved that from his fellow Scot, Shaun McDonald.
$85.
Someone was telling me recently, actually, that one of the last, maybe the last scoring visit of Glenn Durrant's second Lakeside title was a 174 called by Anthony Dundas.
60.
Fantastic spot from, it was Richard Ashdown that told me that. I believe that was the only 174 that Anthony called in that entire event.
134.
Talk about saving the best till last. We weren't saving a 170 for game 14. Well, not yet anyway.
96.
If Bradley is dreaming of a second 4-0 today, you might have to throw in a maximum here. 140 minimum, you feel.
$45.
Just taking his foot off the pedal a little bit. $27 of them right there. Leaves 47. Double 16.
52 left.
Won't be happy with that effort at 32. But the chartered accountant will recalibrate, recalculate,
79.
and reassess his position. It is the end of the tax year
Game 1.
here in the UK. Well, it's the end of the leg as well. Shaun McDonald does get his first leg against Bradley Kirk, who will look to get to 3-1 in the next one. He has played the better of the two so far, but by far in that leg, Shaun was the better player. If you are going to have a leg off in this format, it's always better to do it early in the match and on your opponent's throw.
190.
That's probably the best 180 that Bradley Kirk has hit this week. Three concentrated darts to the right of that treble 20 bed.
6.
Fabulously thrown. And he has unmistakably got Shaun McDonald in trouble. Still averaging over 104. And considering
85.
Martin Adams has just averaged 105 against Matt Dennant, this is some follow-up performance.
57.
Top of that, he's got 40% in his doubles, which is very handy. We all strive for more. But you take 40% most of the time.
40.
The technique of Bradley's a bit ragged. It's all about the lean into the throw. The follow-through's a bit snatchy sometimes. I like the position of his forearm just before he throws. When he gets it right, he gets it very right. When he gets it wrong, he gets it very wrong. There's no in between. It's got an air of the Jockey Wilsons about it. It's very jerky. But at the same time, it's not that bad to watch. If everybody threw the same, I'm not sure we'd watch it as much. You watch a sport like archery or shooting, and they all look like they shoot the same. Whereas in the delivery of the dart, it's like a fingerprint. Everybody's different. Needs a treble 20 to leave a double.
60.
Not able to find the gap. It was a very small gap, admittedly. He might be under pressure now. Staying on the 60.
98.
Going for the 18s. Interesting call. Maybe in preparation for using the 18s again in the next visit. But Bradley Kirk doesn't want that to happen. Double top.
56.
Well short. See the darts from that camera angle and how they sit down. That was a good inch away from its target. This one has got to be central in the single. Well, it's a courageous attempt at the treble,
25.
which gave him a shot at the bull, but he's only able to find it. To be 2 legs ahead again. Double 7.
6.
So unfortunate not to glance in off that dart. But he knows he shouldn't have been there in the first place. Double 8 for Shaun. Could be a big dart, this.
9.
His performance has tailed off a bit. Even though he's averaging around where he's been most of the week.
Game in 1.
And Bradley Kirk is 3-1 up now, causing all sorts of issues for Shaun McDonald's chances in Group A, of course. If he falls further behind Wolfie, he might not see a way back. Bradley Kirk, one more leg away from possibly getting second in the table today. That, of course, does depend on what happens next with Jamie Lewis. But if you thought, like I did earlier, and I will admit that, I thought Bradley was going to struggle today, he has come back
58.
and said that I'm not going to go quietly. I'm going to give this everything I have. I really admire that.
Come on. 180.
I think that was a defiant 180. That's his first of the match. And with the come on after it, I think it was more a where have you been 180. Never get in the way of a defiant Scotsman.
98.
Bradley's average has plummeted. It was 111.
20.
after 2 legs. Now it's down to 85. Good thing in the last 2 legs, though, is that he's only lost one of them.
32.
In every likelihood, though, he's going to have to win from 3-2 up. Not 3-1.
85.
The more competitive games you play, the easier it is to play these longer days. It may be easier for them to play tomorrow to the best of their ability, but right now, I guarantee you, in their 5th game of the day, they are digging deep. Only a maximum worries Shaun's position here.
140.
140 is not bad. Change of tact on this shot. He's now got double 6.
6 left.
And this is Bradley Kirk's chance to win the match outright. 4 legs to 1. Double top, surely not.
90.
Some attempt. And this double 3 is no gimme.
Game of 1.
But he made it look like one. There's not a great deal of players who do like double 3, but right now I guarantee you that Shaun McDonald does like it. It's kept his hopes alive of getting 2 more points against Bradley Kirk, but he is still the favourite at 3-2 up.
$136.
And that's one of those starts in a leg where you throw first, where you say, thank you. Strange from a psychological perspective because it feels like you're thanking somebody else, when in fact you should be thanking yourself. You're the one who delivered the 136. Dart players are fickle creatures.
46.
You could spend years trying to figure out a dart player and still not have any answers.
100.
Honour's pretty much even here. Until now. Should go downstairs really.
100s.
You'd rather be on 220 than 219 because the maximum leaves the double. You can't leave a double from 219. They're the fine margins that the pros live by. And they're the mistakes that they don't make on the whole. It will be of no consequence if Bradley Kirk takes care of 219 and 6. Which he can't do. Does the Scot have the capabilities of taking 208 and 6?
96.
At least he has the chance to do it. Got to get a treble here.
59.
A bad 6 darts from Bradley Kirk have offered Shaun McDonald the opportunity of staying alive in this match for what could be the most vital of 2 points. Is it double 6 again?
Game of 3.
This time he gets it with a treble double finish. It wasn't intentional and it wasn't a bit of showmanship. It was just what it was. So he'll take it, takes it to 3-3, and he's now the favourite because he will throw first in leg number 7. It's been a messy game so far. from Shaun. He's been working super hard.
45.
That two-leg start that Bradley got seems like ancient history. But is he about to finish with a flourish?
108.
Just when you think you've got Bradley Kirk figured out, what do I know?
$136.
Third maximum of the match for Bradley Kirk. And it gives him the darts. Has to go back upstairs now.
57.
It's a one dart lead. It's not ideal. But it's better than being behind, that's for sure.
$84.
It's a good lie. If you can use it.
41.
He can't. And I have no idea where this game is going. I know who it's most important for. That's this guy.
59.
He would much rather be 2 points behind Wolfie going into tomorrow than 4.
$37.
Regardless of what happens, Shaun knows a lot more about Bradley Kirk now than he did early yesterday. And Bradley is chastising himself in the background for not getting to a finish. And there's no sympathy here.
137.
The likelihood is Bradley Kirk will lose this match now. And he may wonder how.
$83.
Well, he can ponder that as Shaun goes for tops to steal 2 points.
Given 2.
That's exactly what he does. It's not the first couple of points he's stolen this week, but I tell you what, he really worked hard for those 2 points there. And it could be crucial for tomorrow as he finishes on 12 points going into Wednesday. So Bradley Kirk has got himself a couple of wins. Can we see another win for Jamie Lewis, or will it be the solitary win of the day for Keelan K in the last match of the session? Only one more thing to decide in today's session, and that is whether Keelan K can get himself a win for the day, or he will be at the bottom of the table with no points. Either way, he is going to be at the bottom of the table. As for Jamie Lewis, a win here would ensure second place in the table for today. And it would also ensure second place in the table going into tomorrow's final day of Group A. So this is a big match for Jamie. Can he finish with a flourish? The way he did yesterday against Bradley Kirk. The same sort of result that he got against Keelan yesterday would do him very well indeed.
Game on.
was 4-1 on that occasion. And of the two players today, there is no question who has played better, and that is Jamie Lewis. Started with a 4-0 win over Bradley Kirk to confine Bradley to 8 legs without response in 2 days.
135.
Then it was a 4-1 win against Matt Dennant. Lost to Shaun McDonald 4 legs to 1, which
44.
could be a key result really, because the head-to-head record could come into play if he's got the same points and same leg difference as Shaun tomorrow afternoon. Defeated 4-2 by Martin Adams as well. So he's looking to finish with
100.
3 wins and 2 losses for the second day in a row. It's been a very similar day to yesterday for Jamie. When he's won convincingly. When he's lost, he's had a puzzling performance and someone has played really well against him. So I wouldn't be surprised when he's relaxing later, thinking about today, that it was very similar to Monday. Scenario for Keelan is that if he stands any chance of winning this group, he needs to win this game. He can't go into tomorrow 6 points behind Martin Adams and expect to win the group. That's just not going to happen. Can he tidy up the 96 in the last game of the session to start on a good footing? Double top.
56.
He thought about the double-double opportunity for a little bit of time there. It was the right choice. He got half of it right. Tops for Jamie. Oh, really well used. And I've learned very recently that someone who has a very, very upright dart, that's not a blocker. They can actually use that and go in off the flight and next to the dart. And that's exactly what he did. He used it as a backboard. 1-0 Jamie Lewis. It's my 42nd birthday in about a month, and I'm still learning about this game. I don't know everything.
58.
No, a fair bit. But all the time I thought that someone who had a long, thin dart,
96.
just under the tops like that, on a 60 checkout, I thought that would be in the way. Jamie didn't move. So you have to ask why. He's trying to hit the flight with pace
100.
and get it past the barrel, and he can use it as a marker. That is the one thing I've learnt in the last 3 or 4 months that has changed my perspective on certain aspects of what blocks and what doesn't. And it definitely didn't get in Jamie's way. He was afforded that opportunity, it has to be said. And Jamie's taken it with both hands. I fear for Keelan's chances now after that narrow miss in leg 1. I get the feeling Jamie's going to have his tail up now. Just look at the purpose that these darts are being delivered with.
99.
I don't think he was sure what to go for with dart 3 there. He'll be sure what to go for when he returns.
136.
That's much better. From the man from Cornwall. Is it tops or 16s? It's just 16s. And that is 16s. It's not a 16 darter, it's a 15 darter, but tell you what, that shot at the 20 was very close, wasn't it? Could have busted his score, but he didn't. He found the right side of the wire and he is 2-0 up in a race to 4 legs. Bad news for Keelan, who has 0 points from the day and a leg difference of -7. Oh, how things have changed from yesterday. I'll be fascinated to see how he responds tomorrow. He will have had high hopes coming into today, thinking, stay at the top of the table, I can win this group. And now, his hopes are dwindling.
57.
Darts is such a mind game. And when Gerwin Price keeps talking about the fact that darts is on the day, Johnny Clayton said the same thing. 2 fellow countrymen of Jamie Lewis.
58.
They're not far from the truth. One day of darts is very rarely like the other.
One.
Six darts delivered and Jamie Lewis is only on 400. So
60.
he is cascading along those wires. Keelan is having a bit more fun in this leg, admittedly a little bit more ragged than he was playing a little bit earlier. You have to think that maybe the games that he lost where he missed match darts have really hurt him.
58.
He had match darts against Shaun McDonald, 10 of them in 2 different legs.
58.
Sure, he had a match dart against Matt Dennant in the first game of the day as well. This looks like a 180 all day.
140.
Maybe just because that second dart sat down a bit. Just blocked him out a bit.
96.
We still haven't had a checkout of over 126 from this group. And we're not going to get it here.
58.
But we might get a 56. Yesterday, doing this, it was more likely to be hit than missed. And that's much better from Keelan K. That's what he was doing yesterday. He was getting the single without any trouble. He has missed a lot of singles today. And then he was getting the tops without any error. This time he does it. Can he keep it going at 1-2 down? Are we going to see a dramatic turnaround
38.
like we saw with Martin Adams playing Bradley Kirk? Martin 2-0 up, then 3-2 down. Consequently, Martin winning 4-3, of course. Probably the most topsy-turvy game we've had in this group so far. Or is Jamie Lewis going to shoot forward and try and swell that leg difference of his, which is currently very healthy at +8 in Group A?
84.
If he was to win this match 4 legs to 3, Jamie would have 12 points and +9, 3 legs ahead of Shaun McDonald.
180.
There is one of those maximums, of which we get plenty from Jamie Lewis usually. That's his first of the contest. It's not a checkout that anybody really likes, 139.
59.
Well, just watch out for Jamie Lewis again with those long darts as to what he does with 80 here, especially with Keelan hitting that maximum. high on the 20. Now he's got to move left side of the tops. Got to throw it hard.
40.
Threw it too hard. He had a shot like that earlier and it was under pitch then. This time just a slight overcorrection. Tops for Keelan. And he does not find the little nestle under that dart. And Jamie Lewis will lick his chops potentially for 3-1. Hits the hole and doesn't hit the double. Keelan taking his time. He knows that if he has any chance in this group, he's got to keep doing that. He has drawn level at 2-2 from 2-0 down, and if he doesn't win 2 more legs in this match, then you've got to say he is out of the race for the top spot in Group A and will have to play on Thursday and Friday. Can he keep it going? It looked like a Jamie Lewis win all day long after 2 legs. Are we about to get one of those games where it's 2 legs to Lewis, 2 legs to Kay, then 2 legs to Lewis? So it was a game of 3 halves potentially. Bit of a play on fractions there. It's about as good a first start as Jamie Lewis can throw. And he will be displeased with only a ton. After 6 starts, he does have the advantage of throw, and he's using it perfectly. And there's some real sauce in that 180, his second of the contest, and he was never going to leave that 3rd dart short. You can sense that if he plays similar to this, even with a little bit more consistency, he's going to cause Jim Williams lots of problems next Saturday night for that MAD Welsh National title defence. It's handily placed, but he didn't want to be on something as big as 78. You can see him in the background there, not giving a great deal away, but just enough to tell you that he's displeased with leaving this number. Everything will be fine if he negotiates it. Tops.
38.
He just misses out. He's been on that tops bet a lot in this match. No joy in the 136 and no joy on the ton to leave double 18. And Jamie Lewis does not look back. He is now 1 leg away from putting himself into the silver medal position in this group going into the final day. Can he get a vital 2-leg brace at the end of today's play to just get that leg difference a little bit better? And winning this leg, the leg difference will be plus 10 with 12 points in striking distance of Wolfie. And the fixtures tomorrow from 9:30 in the morning British time on the Online Darts YouTube channel and via your favourite bookmaker site will be the same fixtures that we saw yesterday. So they flip around again. And if we look for Jamie Lewis versus Martin Adams, that will be game 5. So it will be quite early. So that could possibly set up the day really nicely. By no means is this a 2 or even a 3 horse race. Matt Dennant is still in it. Shaun McDonald is still in it. Jamie Lewis is definitely in it with Wolfie.
29.
But the way today has materialised for Keelan, he's going to be out of it. And it will be all about where he positions himself in the league as to where he will play on Thursday and Friday. Remember, second place and third place in the league will play in Group C on Thursday and Friday night. Fourth, fifth and sixth will play in Group B on Thursday and Friday mornings. And then Saturday night we'll see 5 players in the finals to crown the 4th weekly winner, alongside Scott Marsh, Chaz Barstow and James Richardson. One more little kick from here for Jamie to get his daily work done.
55.
Just comes up a bit shy of what he really required there.
46.
But he's still got 6 starts from 157. Definitely not a bad position to be in. That's a very aggressive and very accurate last dart. I was almost certain he was going to go for the 17s, because he did not want to leave himself on 98.
95.
As a result, he will get another look at tops to finish the day on 6 points and in second spot in the daily table. And that's exactly what he's done. It takes him 7 visits to get rid of Keelan K, and unfortunately for Keelan, he has done what Bradley Kirk did yesterday. 5 games, 0 wins. He'll have to come back tomorrow to try again, but tomorrow you'll have to come back again, because we've got 15 more games here from 9:30 in the morning British time. The usual channels, please join us if you can. Enjoy the Premier League tonight as the plot thickens there. But as for us here at the Online Darts Live League, this is Paul the Asset Nicholson signing out for now. We'll see you tomorrow.